lanes, please. So, what's going to happen today? Well, we have one more round of qualifying for all of our race classes. We got some out of what we call out of permit classes here as well. And then the idea is to basically crack on with it as best as we can, get everybody through to finals and have a good day's racing. So that's the plan. Good morning to a few of you. There's only, well, I've got 2 people on the banking. Good morning to you over there. How are you? Can you hear me? That's good. And on the grandstands, good morning to you over there as well. Just give us a wave so I know that you can hear me. Well, Julian heard me. That's good enough for me. Thank you. So here we go then. This is the last qualifying round for all of our race classes. This is Sportsman ET. He's off the lake. Stephen Giles with the So the darlings for the first pair, Stephen Giles looking for 12.50, Gary looking for 13.89, and it's a 12.81 and a 13.86 breakout for Gary, and no help for Steve. Next pair, Kirsty Tram. Camaro 12 flat. That's Kirsty 4 and 18. Oh, I'm disappointed with Tom and Dibs this morning. Where the mullet's gone? Ah, oh, gutted. I was going to say it was Pat Sharp definitely down there yesterday. So Kirsty looking for a 12. Al looking for 13.49. Let's see what comes out. 12.04 for Kirsty and a 13.78 for Al. So they both stay put. Can I have VW Pro into the pairing lanes, please? VW Pro. Can we have you into the lanes, please? All right, Georgina Smith wants 15.81. And Holly Holloway looking for 12 flat. Good to see the Mustang finally getting a representative time in yesterday. Wouldn't be disappointed if she broke out here, actually. It'd be good fun. But let's see what happens then. Georgina currently number 12, Holly number 16. Oh, plenty of wheel spin off the line for Holly. Sounded good, looked good. $12.99. That was lost on the wheel spin off the line, but nevertheless, good run. 15.86 for Georgina, moves up from 12 to 10. Jill Medley and Rob Cresswell. Jill, number 1 qualifier, has been since the first round of qualifying. Nobody's got in front of her yet. She dials 12.32. Rob, currently number 23. 14.6 target for Rob. Jill gets there first, goes 12.38 on a 32. Let's see how Rob gets on. That's better for Rob. 14.64 on a 60, goes from 23 up to number 10. Nice move. All right, Jago Stokes goes 13.05 with the dial-in from the Skyline. And Alexander Pryor with the caddy, 20.52. So Alex is number 9, Jago 14. So 13.05 the target, 13.01 the result. That's a breakout, a little bit too quick there for Jago Stokes. But 20.52, let's see how Alex gets on. 21.19 stays number 9. And obviously no movement for Skyline either. Felicity Gibbs and Pete Walters, your next pair. Flick looking for a 17.10 and Pete looking for 12.35. So Pete's going to get there first with a 12.31 breakout. A little bit too quick, only 400s though, but it's still a breakout. And Felicity goes 16 on a 10, stays number 7. Troy Attry and Matt Horsall, your next pair. Troy currently number 6, looking for 12.49. And Matt with the escort, 14.70. So Troy goes to number 2 with that one. An excellent run, 12.49 with a 7. But ahead of him, Matt Horsall, 14.70 with a 5 on a 14.70. He goes to number 1. Brilliant pairing that. They go 1 and 2. But Matt Horsall with the escort, your new number 1 qualifier in Sportsman ET. Chris Orthodoxu with the Kudo, looking for 12.10. James Grew with the Tuareg, 15.70. $12.54 there for Chris. And a 16.04 for James. No movement on the qualified order for those two. Richard Palmer with the Family Cat. That's the Jag XKR. Looking for 13.20. Currently number 15. Brian Huxley with the Ford Focus. His dial in for this one, 13.43. Just wait for them to be called forward. So Jill Medley held on to that number 1 spot for an eternity, but just got pipped by a pair. It really was Matt and Troy side by side taking number 1 and number 2. Okay, now been told to come forward. So you'll see the Jag and the Focus make their way up to the start line. Well, Brian gets the drop on the tree. Should be pretty close between these two as they cross the line, actually. 13.40 breakout for Brian and a 13.35. It was the right side for Richard, but no improvement in position for either of them. Dave Cherrett with the Escargo, the Vauxhall Astra 1780. Going alongside Simon Swarbrick with the Ford Pop. Thanks for the entertaining conversation last night, guys. That was hysterical. Any more news yet? Oh, I can't wait for that to evolve. I really can't. I'm not saying anything, but we'll catch up later, mate. You just know in life, if Terry Newton's involved in anything, it's going to be hysterical. You really do. So Simon Swarbrick looking for 12.01 for this one. The problem he has is slowing it down to run the number. That's a nice looking run, actually. Just feathering the throttle at the stripe. 12.38, 94 miles an hour. You could tell he was off the gas by then. Dave goes, oh, new #1 qualifier. Dave Cherritt, 1780 with a 3. Brilliant job. So well done. That's I told you the order's going to shuffle. Can we please have 850 and 950 bike into the pairing lanes, please? 850 bike and 950 bike. Can we have you into the pairing lanes? Next up, Terence Attry with the Focus, looking for 1890, and that's Sylvia Purcell, looking for 1425 with the Mustang. Well, despite 3 racers hitting their dial-ins bang on, nobody yet has taken the perfect ET money, and nobody yet has taken the perfect light money either. They're still up for grabs, courtesy of Eurodragster.com, Bad Habit Racing, and Twister Racing with Andy Hadfield in memory of Haley. Sylvia goes up 2 spots there with a 14.33 out of 25. A breakout for Terence Attry there. Big breakout, actually. 18.76 on an 18.90. So, next pairing. Steph Pateman with the BMW looking for 14.0. And Chris Creswell, 14.75 with the Fiesta. Both off the line well. But as per usual in qualifying, it's all about the ETs. Steph gets there first with a 14.04, stays number 6, 15.17. A little bit off pace there for Chris. Stays number 14. So Darren Huxley down there with the Earth Met Nissan. Big old burnout down there. 1270 dial in there for Adam Wakefield with the Monster Maverick. Well, I can only assume Adam's struggling to find a gear at the moment. Well, I'm going to send Darren on his way. .12.10 breakout on a 12.23 dial-in. And Adam, unfortunately, well, the engine's running, but just can't engage a gear. So, yeah, he'll be pushed back and get prepped for eliminations, I think. As we move on to VW Sportsman. First pair, Olivia Carter, who's now stolen the car from Hazel completely. With Patricia the Passat going alongside Nigel Gregson with Golfy McGolfface. Darlings then 13 flat for Nigel, 1640 for Olivia. Let's see how Nigel gets on at the stripe. Looking for 13 flat, gets a 1307, but he's already number 3. Don't think that's going to move him up at all. And a 1757 for Olivia. Stays put, number 22. Your number 1 qualifier. Can he hold on to that position? Jimmy the Golf, driven by Thomas Webb. Going alongside Carl Goldsmith. Looking for 1870. Both go red, doesn't matter though, this is qualifying. Thomas goes 12-12 at 111. Carl goes, wait for it to cross the line, 1864 breakout by just 6/100ths of a second. Reece Finney with the Lupo, 1590 dial in for him, and Jerry Sadler wants 1522. Well, Reece having to go at the perfect light ward, just misses it. He went 004. Jerry goes 1540, Reece goes 16 flat. Reece moves up from 12 to 8. Jerry moves up from 24 to 16. Right, Danny Bean with his Lupo looking for 1335. And Jake Fronda, 1235 with the Golf. Now what Jake has done, I think he's parked Ninor, and he's now switched the Golf that was running in VW Pro, going to run this in VW Sportsman. Hence, that's why he hasn't got a qualified position at the moment, because he switched cars. $12.82 there for Jake. 14.35 for Danny. So Jake goes in at number 23. Right, the hits just keep on coming. Poppy Hunter, John Gallant, next pair. Poppy looking for 15.10, John 15.40. Oh, 005 light there for John as well. 14, massive breakout for Poppy. 0.3 of a second. 400ths breakout there for John. Goes to show they're trying. Can we have ET Bike into the pairing lanes, please? ET Bike. Let's have you into the pairing lanes, please, as we look down on John Crawford and Phil Jones. John looking for 15.83 and Phil looking for 16.60. So John currently 18, Phil 21. Will their positions change? 15.88, yes. John Crawford up to number 6, but Phil Jones, 16.63 on a 60, goes all the way up to number 3. Good move. Steve Metcalf, he's currently 16. Dials, 15.68. And Laurie Anslow, she's number 2 qualifier at the moment with the Seat. This time Dials, 13.85. Laurie 14.67 and Steve with a 15.87. No movement in position for those two. Steve Stone and Paul Robinson, your next pair. Steve looking for a 13.10. He's currently number 11. One place behind him, Paul Robinson, number 12. He wants a 14.70. Can I have Nostalgia Superstock into the pairing lanes, please? Nostalgia Superstock, can we have you into the lanes, please? All right, Steve Stone, 13.10. What's he going to get? 13.37. Paul Robinson, issues on the run there, 15.65. So no movement for those two. Pair of Addy TTs then. George Miller wants 14.30. Polly Judge, 16.11 for her. $14.74 for George, stays 13. Polly breaks out. Oh, 16.07 or 16.11. So, yeah, they stay put. So, Jordan Clark with the Thunderbug, Nigel Gregg with the Turpits. It's the Beetle and the Audi A6. 1389 for the Beetle, and the Turpits target 15.28. So just a little bit of a wipe, if you like, in Slick Tricks Lane, just making sure the lane's perfect before we send Jordan and Nigel on their way. So Jordan's going to get there first with a 14.11 and a 15.42 for Nigel Gregg, moves up from 17 to 16. All right, Cass Waterhouse looking for 14.90. Jason Anslow with the Schools of Drag. The Skoda 16.45. Well, Kaz, currently number 22, wants to move on up if she can. Wants 14.90, gets a 40. Oh, goodness me. 14.89 with a 9. Was just that far away from being perfect. Breakout, 16.38, too quick for the Skoda. So actually, they both stay put. Next up, Linda Thomas with the Audi TT. Tom Circuit with the Lupo, 14 flat and 17.80 at Islands. As we switch to VW Pro. First pair, it is the Team Militia VR6 powered altered of James Gould, looking for 990. Paul Walklate with a caddy, wants 11 flat, and can I please have Gasser Circus into the pairing lanes, please. Gas a Circus. Can we have you into the lanes, please? $12.20 there for James, but Paul Walklake does move up there from 9 to 7. Goes 11.38 on that 11 flat dial in. All right, next pair, Jacob Bailey, your number one qualifier, looking for 990. And Sam Young with the Beetle, 828. Good chat with the Blackcurrant team in the pairing lanes last night. Found out a lot more information about what happened yesterday. See if it gets traction off the line today. So Jacob looking for that 990, gets 10.25. And Sam Young once again suffers that wheel spin, but fortunately this time gets all the way through with a 17.86. Hazel Carter with the Golf, looking for 12.99, and James Hodson with his Golf, older version though, looking for 10.93. $11.13 there for James. Hazel goes 12.66. That's a fair old breakout. Goes quick, that cut. Right, Abby Tether with Arthur Daly. He appears in the Slick Tricks lane. And going alongside the VW Golf of Guy Foley. So Abby, number 2 qualifier at the moment, trying to get back in front of Jacob Bailey. And Guy currently number 12. $12.70 there for Guy, not quite what he wanted. Was off the throttle at the stripe, and Abby breaks out with a 12.86 on 12.99, and she had to try and get it bang on, just out fraction too quick. Chris Waterhouse with the Audi S3 down there, and Rob Carter with Percy the Passat. Just wait patiently before he does his burnout. Rob Carter then with Percy the Passat. 7.70 darling for Rob. And Chris Waterhouse 9.70. Well, Rob's already run 783 this weekend. On 24, 60 foot and 02 light. Rob's doing everything right here. And a 780. Stays number 4. Chris stays number 6, but breaks out by a 10th. It was a good run. A bit too good. So Rob a 10th too quick. Sorry, Rob a 10th off and Chris a 10th too quick. Average them out. 2 good runs. All right, Phil Blogg with the caddy. And Luke Stevenson with the Don. $12.17 and $12.46. Phil stays 10. Luke stays 8. All right, Jake back round again with the golf. This time in pro. In of 92, darling. And a 12.02, the result moves him up from number 9 to number 5. So that's VW Pro qualifying done. And I imagine there's a little bit of track prep going on now as we get ready for our next class. It's 850 bike. So yet Ian going, I think, for the tractor or the Bluebird, one or the other. But it gives us a chance to catch up on some ladders up here. So Nitro FM 96.2 going to take the airwaves over for a moment. And we will be back with more qualifying here at the Sportsman Nationals. This is the last qualifying round for all of our race classes. This is Sportsman ET. So Kirsty looking for a 12. Al looking for 13.49. Let's see what comes out. 12.04 for Kirsty and a 13.78 for Al. So they both stay put. Can I have Vita? And Holly Holloway looking for 12 flat. Good to see the Mustang finally getting a representative time in yesterday. Wouldn't be disappointed if she broke out here, actually. It'd be good fun. But let's see what happens then. Georgina currently number 12, Holly number 16. Oh, plenty of wheel spin off the line for Holly. Sounded good, looked good. $12.99. That was lost on the wheel spin off the line, but nevertheless, good run. 15.86 for Georgina, moves up from 12 to 10. Cresswell Jill, number 1 qualifier, has been since the first round of qualifying. Nobody's got in front of her yet. She dials 12.32. Rob, currently number 23. 14.6 target for Rob. Jill gets there first, goes 12.38 on a 32. Let's see how Rob gets on. That's better for Rob. 14.64 on a 60, goes from 23 up to number 10. Nice. Stokes goes 13.05 with the dial in from the Skyline. And Alexander Pryor with the caddy, 20.52. So Alex is number 9, Jago 14. So 13.05 the target, 13.01 the result. That's a breakout, a little bit too quick there for Jago Stokes. But 20.52, let's see how Alex gets on. 21.19, stays number 9. Felicity Gibbs and Pete Walters, your next pair. Flick looking for a 17.10 and Pete looking for 12.35. So Pete's going to get there first with a 12.31 breakout. A little bit too quick, only 400s though, but it's still a breakout. And Felicity goes 16 on a 10, stays number 7. Troy Attree and Matt Horsell, your next pair. Troy currently number 6, looking for 12.49. And Matt with the escort, 14.70. 'So Troy goes to number 2 with that one. An excellent run, 12.49 with a 7. But ahead of him, Matt Horsell, 14.70 with a 5 on a 14.70. He goes to number 1. Chris Orthodoxu with the Kudo, looking for 12.10. James Grew with the Tuareg, 15.70. $12.54 there for Chris. And a 16.04 for James. No movement on the qualified order for those two. Richard Palmer with the Family Cat. That's the Jag XKR. Looking for 13.20. Currently number 15. Brian Huxley with the Ford Focus. His dial in for this one, 13.43. Let's wait for them to be called forward. So Jill Medley held on to that number 1 spot for an eternity, but just got pipped by a pair. It really was Matt and Troy side by side taking number 1 and number 2. Okay, now been told to come forward. So you'll see the Jag and the Focus make their way up to the start line. Well, Brian gets the drop on the tree. Should be pretty close between these two as they cross the line, actually. 13.40 breakout for Brian and a 13.35. It was the right side for Richard, but no improvement in position for either of them. Dave Cherrett with the S-Cargo, the Vauxhall Astra 1780, going alongside Simon Swarbrick with the Ford Pop. Thanks for the entertaining conversation last night, guys. That was hysterical. Any more news yet? Oh, I can't wait for that to evolve. I really can't. I'm not saying anything, but we'll catch up later, mate. You just know in life, if Terry Newton's involved in anything, it's going to be hysterical. You really do. So Simon Swarbrick looking for 12.01 for this one. The problem he has is slowing it down to run the number. That's a nice looking run, actually. Just feathering the throttle at the stripe. 12.38, 94 miles an hour. You could tell he was off the gas by then. Dave goes, oh, new number one qualifier. Dave Cherrett, 1780 with a 3. Brilliant job. So, well, next. Here we go once again, and he's onto two wheels now. Kicking things off for them with 850 bike. Number 2 qualifier is Ian Critchlow. Number 7 at the moment is Patrick Marit. 11 bikes in the class at the moment. So Ian Critchlow's already gone 8.51 with a 7. Patrick has already gone 8.68. Okay, we have an improvement there. Patrick Marie goes 8.64. Doesn't move position. But Ben ET breakout there for Critch goes 8.47. Craig Wright and Daniel Madeira, your next pair. Craig currently number 6 on an 8.63. Daniel currently number 8 on 8.71. Well, unfortunately, going to get no times for Daniel. Went before the tree was activated. Craig goes 8.58. He moves up one spot from 6 to 5. Oh, Carl Thomas giving it absolutely everything on the burnout there. The Colonel already on an 8.57. He's currently number 4 qualifier. Joe Elliott, one place ahead in number 3. He's already on 8.54. .855 and 8.61. They both stay put. Carl Thomas, slight improvement on ET, but doesn't change position. All right, Mick Wynyard and Pete Slater, your next pair. Problems for Pete on the run. Mick Wynyard goes 795, 179. That was way too quick. And Pete coasting there to a 1345. Next up, Stacey Reid. She appears in the Kestrel lane, going alongside number 1 qualifier, J. Rowe. Now, a problem for Stacey yesterday. The rear tyre broke loose and was fishtailing up to 60 foot. Hopefully she can get some good traction off the line this time. No issues for Jay at all. Number 1 qualifier, 851. Much better launch for Stace. And double breakout, 842 and 843. So they're going to stay put. Stacey number 6. And Jay remains your number 1 qualifier. We move on to 950 bike. Well, to say they're very tightly bunched is an understatement. Your number 1 qualifier, Rob, is on 952. Josh McLean here in the Kestrel lane, he's on a 955. And Dave Hall in the Slick Tricks lane is on 956. So just 0.04 of a second separating the three of them. .960. Dave Hall takes number 1. 950 with a 2. That shuffled the order around. So Rob Stanley's just been dropped down to number 2. Now he's got to go 950 with a 2-4 or 950-0-0. Between those two will give him the number 1 spot. Otherwise, it's Dave Hall that's going to get the solo into the final, and Rob will have to fight for his spot. Rob tried hard, he tried, but didn't quite get there. 955. So that's a wrap for qualifying for 950 bike. We move on to ET bike. Well, looking at the pairing lanes, absolutely chock-a-block with race machinery down there. Nostalgia Superstock, Outlaw Anglia, Gasser Circus are down there. Loads of bikes. Looking good. I think 760 at the back there as well. But it's ET bike that comes around the corner now. I'll give him another mention when he comes down to lanes, but we do have a racer with a birthday today, Andrew Christophe. Happy birthday to you, running in a comp bike this weekend. So, whilst he's in the pits waiting to be called, thought I'd give him a shout out straight away. So, first pair in ET bike. It's the pollen count machine of Grace Pollen, going alongside Casey Holgate. Both these, if you like, graduates from Junior Drag Bike, doing very well here in ET Bike. 9.72 on a 43 and 12.14 on 11.52. Grace stays put. Casey moves up 3 spots from 18 to 15. Next pair, Carl Rushby and Justin Moulton. Carl wants 11 flat. Justin wants 10 flat. Justin 10.43. Carl goes 12.34. They stay put. Justin 11, Carl 18. Scott Smith with the 5-blade and Dave Grundy with the Triumph. So Dave wants 10.54, Scott wants 10.80. Oh, 10.56. Dave Grundy goes up from 7 to 2 with that one. No improvement for Scott, but nice run for Dave. Actually, just went ahead of this man. Phil Pratt now dropped to number 3. Nick Pladen actually dropped to number 7. So 8.99 the target for Phil. Nick wants 11.25. Phil goes, oh, he breaks out by 200. 8.97, just a little bit too much. Nick Pladen stays put, goes 11.85. Jake Bowden in the Slick Tricks lane. Currently number 5, wants 12 flat. And Carl Hester on the Rebel, 10.50. Number for him. It's Gary Hester that is your number 1 qualifier at the moment. Only 002 off his dial-in. He's yet to come. $10.61 for Carl. That should move him up. It does, from 16 to 10. And a 12.10 on a 12 flat. But Jake already number 5 and doesn't move up. Nigel Lichtenberg looking for 9.25. Robbie Dobby wants 9.95 here. Nigel currently number 8. Robbie number 4. Oh, 9.92 for Robbie on the Super Penguin. Just a little bit too quick there. Nigel, though, goes from 8 to 6. 9.30 on a 9.25. Moves him up 2 spots. Lee Baxter and Gary Hester. Gary is your number 1 qualifier at the moment. Lee wants 10.98. He's currently number 9. $9.03 for Gary and $11.04. Lee Baxter moves up 9 to 7. So 2 spot improvement there. As we look down at Scott Collier and Travis Merritt. So Trevor's got for 910. Scott wants 962. $920 and a 964. Scott Collier goes to number 2 with that one. Number 2. Travis ends up number 10. Next up, Patrick Merritt, 8.70 in the Slick Tricks lane. And Brett Cordell, 9.20. Oh, 928. Brett moves up from 15 to 10. Patrick moves up 16 to 8. Goes 876 on the 870. Right, Nostalgia Superstock. Let's see, Adrian Portelli and Mick Sharp, your first pair this morning. 981 there for Mick. And 1090 for Adrian. They are 1 and 2 respectively at the moment. So Mick gets there first with a 988. Adrian goes 1096. They both stay put. Right, second pair. Steve Lloyd, Don Scott. 995 the target for Don. Steve 1116. The numbers coming down all the time then for Steve. Let's see if we can hit that 1116. Below 4 off the line for Steve Lloyd. That was almost a perfect line. Not quite, but a good effort. Don's going to get there first with a 10.02. Steve Lloyd, 11.22. In actual fact, Steve moves around Don there. So Steve Lloyd up to number 3. Don drops to number 4. Right, Gasser Circus up next. Chris Lahram, currently number 1 qualifier for Nick Brook Langham, number 2. Nick Hewison is number 3. Neve Smith, number 4. Then it's Brian Gibson, Simon Press, Steve Matthews, and Andy Cobb rounding out the top 8. Got 14 cars in attendance this weekend. And this is the round that will set the field. First pair coming round, it is Steve Matthews with Honky Tonkin. Going alongside Ray Turner with Green Onions. So Ray Turner currently number 9, Steve Matthews 2 place at number 7. The dial-ins for this one, Ray looking for 1080. And Steve wants 965. 9.59, Steve Matthews a bit too quick there. Ray Turner goes 10.86, but doesn't move. He stays put at number 9. Adam Kozinski and Sam Glenn, your next pair, 11.25 and 10.44 respectively. They are 11 and 12 on the qualified order. Would like to move on up. Sam Glenn gets there first with a 10.68, 11.29. Adam Kozinski goes 11 to number 9. And into the pairing lanes, please. Can I have Comp Bike and Funny Bike, please? Comp Bike and Funny Bike. Can we have you into the pairing lanes, please? Nick Hewison with a short fuse. Fordson, 9.90 darling for him. Coming number 3. And Billy Jones with Grumpy Grizz, 10.62, the number of choice for him. $9.93 and Billy goes. Oh, breaks out by just that much. He dialed 10.62, went 10.61 with a 7. Oh, so close. Simon Fresh with the rocket, dialing 11 flat, as is Tony Pearson. Let's see who does the better job. Simon goes 10.98, breaks out by 200ths. Tony Pearson goes 11.10, goes from 14 to 12. Nick Brook-Langham, currently number 2. Brian Gibson, number 5. Dial-ins, 11.77 and 11.40. $11.69 for Brian Gibson, 11.71 for Nick. Nick goes too quick, breaks out. And Brian just a little bit off pace there, so no help for either of them. They stay put. Well, Sean Milsom, can he move up? 10.57. One guy that can't move up for number 1, it is Chris Layram. He's already there. Dialing a 10.18 for this one. $10.30 plays 10.62. Sean Milsom moves up from 14 to 11. And Chris goes 10.30 on that 10.18. We move on to Outlaw Anglia. Ben Montgomery and Ben Kennedy. Ben currently, I say Ben Montgomery on a 12.26. Ben Kennedy on an 8.92. Lovely launch there for the relentless pop. Now he's already on 8.92. What's he got here? 8.88. Finds just that little bit more. Stays number 3. Ben Montgomery, his quickest for the weekend, 12.19. Right, your second pair, Wayne Power and Rob Stone. Wayne Power, number 4, qualified 9.36. Rob Stone, number 2, on 8.37. $8.66 for Rob and 10.08 for Wayne. So they remain at 2 and 4. It's a move to 760 heads up. Can I have Super Street Bike and Junior Drag Bike into the pairing lanes, please? Super Street Bike and Junior Drag Bike into the pairing lanes. Well, the battle of the pickup trucks. John Sleeth and Belinda Bull. Both Chevy S10s. Okay, going to be a solo then for John Sleeth on this one. Belinda's truck won't do the burnout. So John Sleeth then, what can he do? We know he can run the number. He's been going a little bit too quick. Wants to try and slow it down to 760. $7.82 gets one the right side this time. 173 miles an hour. So let's see how Belinda gets on this one. There it is. We finally got the perfect ET, and congratulations to Belinda Bull. 76001. That was worth the wait, and that's the money. 76 with a 00. That's the third time the money has gone to 760 heads up. Can't believe it, but that's how you do it. Belinda Bull takes the #1 spot and also takes the money, the perfect ET money. Right, your next pair then, Rob Smallworth and Colin Miller. Well, Colin gets a little bit out of shape. Rob Smallworth goes 7.65, goes up from 6 to 4. Colin coasting across the line. So Mark Turner and Billy Gain. Well, Mark Turner's just seen his #1 spot disappear, and barring a miracle, unlikely to get it back. Billy Gain currently #5 qualifier. So Belinda Bull is your #1 qualifier, takes that Perfect ET award, supported by Andy Hadfield, and of course in memory of Hayley. And Faz, if you tuned in, a very good morning to you, mate. Look forward to seeing you on Friday, well, possibly Thursday actually, when we get ready for String Weekend. Oh, Billy Gain stands up on the tyres. That's a busted run for him in effect. Let's see how Mark Turner gets on. 787, 179 miles an hour. So Mark stays #2, obviously, and Billy just coasting across the line, goes #5. Right, we move on to the big bracket. Just these two, Don Scott and Vic Sharp. So Mick looking for a 987, Don Scott looking for a 10 flat. Good morning to Dave Swift. I just had a message from Dave. Good morning to you, mate. Watching from the race coach this morning. Next best thing to be in there. Well, we're looking forward to seeing you and the car here, Dave, and of course the beautiful new coach. It's looking very, very good. Gotta say, mate. Can't wait to see that. Anyway, Mick Sharp and Don Scott. 987 and 10 flat. We got a 983 and a 1007. One a breakout and one 700. Oh, really good to see Josh Duncan get a run in as well. Josh has been here all weekend with the 100E, running in the big bracket here. Let that smoke clear. You can see what's going on. Okay, so Josh Duncan then, as we'd like to have old school stockers into the pairing lanes, please. The old school stockers. Let's have you into the pairing lanes, please. Wow, 997, 138 mile an hour for Josh. Well done, guys. Worth the patience, worth the wait. Getting the job done there. 138 mile an hour at the stripe. More to come, I reckon, from them. So can I have a 100E challenge and Supercharged Outlaw into the pairing lanes, please? Let's have a 100E challenge and Supercharged Outlaw into the pairing lanes, please. As we get ready for Funny Bike. Just a bit of a track inspection in the Kestrel lane. Just making sure everything's okay there. Got a funny feeling it might be jumping for the tractor. He is indeed. So whilst they just sort the track out, let's take a breath and hand airwaves over to Nitro FM 96.2. We'll take it back when we continue qualifying here at the Sportsman Nationals. Things off for them with 850 bike. Number 2 qualifier is Ian Critchlow. Number 7 at the moment is Patrick Marit. 11 bikes in the class at the moment. So Ian Critchlow's already gone 8.51 with a 7. Patrick has already gone 8.68. Okay, we have an improvement there. Patrick Marie goes 8.64. Doesn't move position. But better ET breakout there for Critch goes 8.47. Craig Wright and Daniel Madeira, your next pair. Craig currently number 6 on an 8.63. Daniel currently number 8 on 8.71. Well, unfortunately, going to get no times for Daniel. Went before the tree was activated. Craig goes 8.58. He moves up 1 spot from 6 to 5. Oh, Carl Thomas giving it absolutely everything on the burnout there. The Colonel already on an 8.57. He's currently number 4 qualifier. Joe Elliott, 1 place ahead in number 3. He's already on 8.54. $8.55 and 8.61. They both stay put. Carl Thomas, slight improvement on ET, but doesn't change position. All right, Mick Wynyard and Pete Slater, your next pair. Problems for Pete on the run. Mick Wynyard goes 7.95, 179. That was way too quick. And Pete coasting there to a 13.45. Next up, Stacey Reid. She appears in the Kestrel lane, going alongside number 1 qualifier, J. Rowe. Now, problem for Stacey yesterday, the rear tyre broke loose and was fishtailing up to 60 foot. Hopefully she can get some good traction off the line this time. No issues for Jay at all. Number 1 qualifier, 8:51. Much better launch for Stace. And double breakout, 8:42 and 8:43. So they're going to stay put. Stacey number 6. Okay, so very quick clean up there. And can I please have Sportsman ET into the pairing lanes, please? Sportsman ET, can we have you into the pairing lanes, please? So this is Funny Bike, Lorcan Parnell. New clutch setup, throwing them a big old curveball. So Roger Moore and Lorcan Parnell. Rog, fantastic runs this weekend, brilliant consistency. Best of 7:29, and Lorcan just like to go A to B if he can. .733, 180. Well, yeah, I get it. Lorcan coasting through there to a 13:42. Well, he gets a number on the board. Not the number he wanted. All right, we move on now to comp bike. Simon's just happy he's got a run in. Well done. Right, the birthday boy, Andrew Christophe. Now then, is he going to get a gift here of a super quick run? He's already been 7:69. Had an issue yesterday where I believe an oil seal failed and just dumped the 3 litres of oil on the start line. Well, in the burnout box actually, but very quickly cleaned up and engine shut off before any further problem. Alongside Michael Piggott, 7:63, and Michael Piggott goes 7:67, both with their best runs of the weekend. Right, Mark Dainty down there. Not having the weekend that I normally expect from Mark. We know the bike has got the performance. We know we know Mark can ride the wheels off this thing, just getting it all right at the time. Dan Dieth, though, what a weekend for him. 7:28, knocking on the door, 200 mile an hour. PB after PB. .732, 194, and 8 flat for Mark Dainty. 151. Didn't pick up any speed at all in the second half. But at least it's a little bit better. But the good times continue there for Dan Dieth. How about Anna Sasiak? Let's see what she's got for us. And the best this weekend so far, 888. That'll do, 864, 173 mile an hour, nice improvement. Stays put at number 11, but nice improvement on the ET. All right, Danny Cockrell and Len Pudgett, your next pair. Len on the 778 at the moment. Danny on a 734. Danny 744, Len 785. They stay put though. Danny stays 3, Len stays 7. Right, Paul Hambidge and Sherman Martis. Sherman on an 8.15 at the moment. Paul on a 7.29, just 100th away from top of the shop. So the Silent Assassin. This bike is absolutely superb. So Hawkeye spotted something there. Well done, Ian. So can Paul Hambidge pull one out? Silent Assassin is no, it's the bike's cut out on him there. Sherman goes 8.14, his best of the weekend, but stays number 9. Oh, a big shout out for Liz McCarthy-Sharman, tuned in. A morning from her, watching while ironing and attempting to be a housewife. Oh, I love that, Liz. Just in time for Funny Bike and, of course, for Com Bike as well. So, good morning to Liz. This is Jasmine Cordell. Well, already run a 7.43. Straight through, sounded good. 7.43 again. Well, consistent, if anything. All right, Blade King. Just like to go for a full pass in here. That's looking much better. Well, Blade. Ah, 7.98 with an 8. That'll do nicely. Congratulations, Blade. He's gone to number 8 with that one. And he's in the 7s. What more could you ask for? We switch our attention to Super Street Bike. Alan Morrison and Steve Venables. Ben goes 7.14, Alan goes 7.27, both of them with their best runs of the weekend. Ben moves up for 4 to 3, Alan stays 5. Alan Morrison Jr., Jake Michelle. These two are 1 and 2. Jake on a 6.75, Alan on a 6.93 at the moment. Problems there for Alan. Jake disappearing off into the distance too, a 6.75 with a 3. Matches what he ran earlier on. But Alan's bike literally launched and had a bit of everything going on there. And stops the bike about 200 foot out. Well, not what Al Jr. wanted. But I've got a feeling he loaded it with everything for that one. And it just overdid it. Can't fault them for trying though. Costas Giannopoulos and Chris Reed, your next pair. Can I have VW Sportsman into the lanes, please? VW Sportsman. Costas currently number 6 on a 7.33. Boise number 4 on a 7.24. But Boise over 200 mile an hour this weekend. Not what Boise wanted. Costas on his way to a 7.43. And boys back to the pits to plan his eliminations. We move on to a junior drag bike. Right, first up, Sophie Pollen and Richard Wilcox. Sophie number 4, Richard number 5 at the moment. So it's a darling class to the 8th mile. Sophie looking for 9.02. Richard wants 9.62. Oh, 9.07 for Sophie stays put number 4. Richard goes 9.86. Stays put number 5. Right, Anouk Burgering appears in the Slick Tricks lane. Just look to see what the dial-in is for Anouk. See the board. There we go. 12.59. Going alongside Declan Butt, 13.98. So Anouk's going to get there first with a 12.72. Stays 9. Declan goes 14.06 on that 98. Stays number 3. Asai Alvarez with the Firecracker. Dial-in 13.40. And Leah Morrison, your number 1 qualifier at the moment. Going to be tough to get around here. Dials 11 flat. $11.04 for Leah. 13.91 for Asaya. So Rico Patterson and Jackson King. Jackson looking for 13.43. And Rico also 13.43. Oh, 13.41 for Jackson breaks out. 13.59 the right side for Rico, so they stay put. How about Harry Isaacs, John McLean, your next pair. Once again, a shout out to John McLean Sr. tuning in via the live feed. Look forward to seeing you back at the track soon, John. And get yourself 100%, mate. So Harry looking for a 10.10. Young John looking for 11.58. Oh, 9.86 for Harry, too quick. John goes 11.87. They stay put. Harry 15, John 13. And talking to people tuned in at home, Hannah King is at home. Would like to wish Holly a very happy 15th birthday for Wednesday. Hannah having to stay at home. They've got a poorly puppy at home, and hopefully the youngster gets well soon. But Hannah, hope you're enjoying the coverage. And here's Holly, currently number 8, looking for 8.37. And Brad Morrison looking for 11.65. He's number 2. $8.44 for Holly. That should move her up a little bit. Oh no, stays number 8. Wow, tough field. 11.60 on a 65 for Brad. That's a breakout. No help there. As we look at our next pair, Maggie Smallman and Lyra Humber. So Maggie Smallman and Lyra Humber then. Maggie looking for 9.90. Lyra wants 14 flat. $10.09 for Maggie. Lyra goes 13.84. That's a little bit too quick there. Right, this is Alia Leicester. Number 12 wants 9.20. $10.13 the result there, so stays number 12. So looking into the lanes, can see Nostalgia Pro Stock bikes down there. I can also see Supercharged Outlaw in the form of the good guys Topolino. I can also see the 100Es down there. I can see Sportsman ET getting ready. There's a whole host of people down there. So, Rod Spry. Not quite sure what Rod ran yesterday because the computer screen's giving me a bit of a weird number. All the way through though. 894. 138 mile an hour puts him in effect in the number 3 spot. Right, I think it's going to be Supercharged Outlaw next, but Ian's just disappeared into the barn, so we'll find out in a very short moment what's coming around the corner next. But I can also see Sportsman ET lining up for round 1 eliminations. I've also got the 100Es down there as well. But yeah, getting ready for our eliminations, the actual racing part of the weekend. All the qualifying is, that's right, all the qualifying is done now actually. It's into eliminations for all of our race classes now. The classes that we've got are running out of permit. So they don't actually get full-blown eliminations for championship points, etc. Right. I think we're on just a pause for a moment. Let me give the airwaves over to Nitro FM 96.2. We'll take it back when we continue here at the Sportsman Nationals. Well, we had time for one advert. Steve Clark brings the good guys Topolino around. Had a good catch up with the team this morning. Nice to stop by and have a chat. Absolutely delighted the way the car's going this weekend. No pressure. Just doing A to B runs, getting data. They're sticking with the right lane all the way through. So they're just like consistency all the way. A best of 8.43 so far this weekend, which is a PB. The best thing for the team is they haven't really had any issues this weekend. The car's been going straight. Nice, chilled out weekend for the team, and that's what you want. Looking forward to coming back at Dragstalgia, which is only 4 weeks away now. For me, time flies when you're having fun, doesn't it? Another good looking run, an 8 watt this time, 853, 159. Still going very, very well indeed. All right, the 100Es. They've had a good time this weekend, fair to say. And this man certainly has. Scott Collin. Goes for the Bob Darling, 808. And Matt Stanley wants 1265. Oh, he's into the 8.0s, does it with style, 809 at 166. Not only that, a 01 light does everything to perfection. Well done. And that's his PB as well. Can't ask any more than that. 166 miles an hour, 809. Right, this is Stuart Flitton with the Necessary Evil 100E. Let's see then, 1032. Oh, goodness me. He hits it. 1032 with an 8. They're good this weekend. Very, very good indeed. Right, here we go then. Eliminations, round number 1. Sportsman ET. This is where it starts to get very, very interesting indeed. The winner goes through to round 2. And unfortunately, it's game over if you come home second. First up is going to be Felicity Gibbs. Darling in 1713 with the Mustang, taking on Simon Swarbrick. He's going to have to be very patient indeed. Dial in for him. 12:01. Over 5 seconds, Simon's got to wait. So Simon's got to be waiting. His side of the tree runs, and off he goes. And Felicity takes that one, 17.27 to a lose out, 12.41. Simon lifted off a fair way out, actually. So Felicity Gibbs into round number 2. Right, next pair then, Jago Stokes taking on Troy Attree. The Darlings End, 13.20 for Jago, 12.45 for Troy. Right, a green light drag race. This one then will be sorted out at the finish line. It's a breakout for Jago Stokes. He gets there first, but goes too quick. So 12.51 for Troy Attree. Sees Troy in to round number 2. Steph Pateman and Pete Walters, two families steeped with history in the sport. $14 flat for Steph, $12.31 for Pete. So it will be the white BMW going first. There she goes. And Pete sets off in pursuit. And that's Steph all the way with a 14.05 in an 05 light. And despite Pete Walters going 12.32 on the 31, it was in vain as the 05 light for Steph helped her on her way. Jill Medley and Richard Palmer, next pair. 13.33 plays 12.36, so it will be the Jag going first. And the SRT 8 Jeep going to be doing the chasing. Uh, 12.41 gets it done. Jill Medley into round number 2. A perfect ET for Richard Palmer, but it was in vain as Jill Medley takes the win, but a 13.33 with a 0 on a 13.33 dial-in for Richard Palmer, but the reaction time just allowed Jill Medley to take that win. And unfortunately, the perfect ET money is already gone as well, so just totally missed out there. But a good run for Richard Palmer. But it is Jill that goes into round number 2. And that's the point, if she hasn't been up yet, Belinda Bull got some money to collect from the tower from Eurodragster.com in association with Andy Hadfield. Twister Racing in memory of Haley. Right, next up, Terry Attree with the Ford Focus taking on Holly Holloway with the Mustang. Now then, Holly has got to be really patient here. Dial in for Holly is 12.10. Terry with the Focus, 18.69. Over 6.5 seconds Holly's got to wait. Right, so there goes the Focus. And there goes the Mustang in pursuit. And it is Terry Attree all the way with a perfect light. 0007 off the line. What a time to do that in round one eliminations. You can't beat, that's phenomenal. 0007. Congratulations to Terry Attree. That's 50 quid coming your way, courtesy of Eurodragster.com and Bad Habit Racing, Kath and Tig Napier. So all the money's gone for our rewards. Well done to Terry. All right, Georgina sets off with a 1581. Stephen Giles with the Forester chasing, looking for 1260. And it is Georgina that takes it, 1589 to a lose out 1318. Georgina into round number 2. I've just spotted it. Oh, the mullets are back. Sticking out the back of Kirsty's car. 12 flat the dial-in for Kirsty Tram. 16 flat the dial-in for James Grew. That's an easy one to work out. 4 seconds is the dial-in difference. Either that or there's 2 dummies in the back of the car. No, sorry, the 2 dummies are stood by the side of it. So James Grew will be going first with Le Mont Blanc Touareg. Off he goes. Kirsty off in pursuit. (16:14) gets the job done with an 0-1 light as well for James Grew. Kirsty, although nearer her dial-in, basically got shreed by James, but thanks for the entertainment, guys. Loved it. So James Grew into round number 2. Right, your points leader, Gary Lake. Actually got just a stoppage for the moment. A bit of a concern in the Kestrel lane. Well, it gives me an opportunity once again to congratulate Terence Attree in his race. Took the perfect reaction time money, went 0007 off the line. So, Terry, if you haven't found out yet, you just got back to the pits and go, well, what are they saying about me? What are they saying? Yeah, when you get a moment, pop up to the tower. And there's 50 quid here waiting for you, courtesy of Kath and Tig Napier, Bad Habit Racing, and Eurodragster.com. You, Terry, have taken the perfect light money. Right, well, whilst they're doing a little bit of track work in the Kestrel lane, we're going to take a pause just for a moment. We'll give the airways over to Nitro FM 96.2. We'll take it back when the eliminations continue here at the Sportsman Nationals. Another good looking run, an 8-watt this time, 853, 159. Still going very, very well indeed. All right, the 100Es. They've had a good time this weekend, fair to say. This man certainly has. Scott Collin. The Bob Darling, 808. And Matt Stanley wants 1265. Oh, he's into the 8.0s, does it with style, 8.09 at 166. Not only that, a 0.1 light does everything to perfection. Well done. Right, this is Stuart Flitton with the necessary evil 100E. Let's see then, 10.32. Oh, goodness me. He hits it. 10.32 with an 8. They're good this weekend. Well, that was extremely quick clean-up, whatever that was. Didn't even notice it myself, to be honest. Right. So your next pair then, Chris Orthodoxou and Gary Lake. First up's going to be Felicity Gibbs, dialing in 17.13 with the Mustang, taking on Simon Swarbrick. He's going to have to be very patient indeed. Dial in for him, 12.01. Over 5 seconds, Simon's got to wait. So Simon's got to be waiting. His side of the tree runs, and off he goes. And Felicity takes that one, 17.27 to a lose out, 12.41. Simon lifted off a fair way out, actually. Right, next pair then, Jago Stokes taking on Troy Attree. The Darlings end, 13.20 for Jago, 12.45 for Troy. Right, a green light drag race. This one then will be sorted out at the finish line. It's a breakout for Jago Stokes. He gets there first, but goes too quick. 12.51 for Troy Attree. 12.23 for Darren Huxley. Nearly 8.5 seconds. Darren has got to wait in the Earth Met Nissan down there before he can set off. So basically, Alex could be by the 330-foot block by the time Darren leaves the line. Well, that's exactly where he was, actually. Well, I thought Alex had a big lead. It was too big. He broke out by 0.3 of a second. So 12.66 takes the win for Darren Huxley. He goes into round number 2. Matt Horsall and Sylvia Purcell. 14.90 plays 14.30. Only 0.6 of a second difference between these two, compared to the 8.5 seconds that we had on the last one. Well, Matt's got his nose out in front. And very well judged, a bit too well judged actually. 14.92 on a 14.90 takes the win over Sylvia Purcell. All right, next up, Rob Cresswell should have been alongside Adam Wakefield, but we know the Monster Maverick had a problem on his last qualifying run this morning. So maybe that was the end of his day. Well, it was. So a solo for Rob. He dials 14.65. Let's see how he gets on. So 14.65. Can he hit it? 15.08. Right, your last pair in Sportsman ET. Going to be Brian Huxley and Alan Medley. $13.63 for the Mustang. Going to be going first, and then be the Focus doing the chasing. Only 0.2 of a second difference between them. Oh, and now Medley goes red. So Brian Huxley into round number 2. Irrespective of what these guys run now. 13.92 and 13.58. So Brian Huxley books his spot in round number 2. Right, next up, VW Sportsman. Eliminations round number 1 for them. And straight up is Jason Anslow. Going to be taking on Nigel Gregg. So the Skoda dialing in 16.45, the Audi 15.38. Right, green light both side of the tree. So let them sort it out at the finish line. Looks like Jason's got his nose in front, but here comes the Audi A6. Jason dabs on the brakes, but a little bit too much. 13. Nigel Gregson takes the win. Win margin 0.3 at the stripe. Jake Fronda, Steve Stone, 12.01, place 13.45. Oh, and Jake Fronter goes red, so Steve Stone gets the win. $13.39 breaks out, doesn't matter. He's already got the win light. Thomas Webb, your number one qualifier, gets a solo. Dials 12 flat. Goes 12.91, 108. This is the race, though. This is Jerry Sadler with the Beetle. 15.35, taking on Linda Thomas. 14.0. Well, green lights both sides of the tree, so again, let's see what happens at the stripe. Oh, it's a close one. The win margin 0.9. It's Linda Thomas that takes it. Hits her dial in perfectly there. 15.38, 300s off for Jerry. But Linda Thomas, 14 flat on a 14 flat dial in. Linda into round number 2. Paul Robinson and Olivia Carter, your next pair. 16.64 target for Olivia. Paul wants 14.99. So green light again on both sides of the tree. Well, Olivia out in front, but Paul Robinson closing in. Oh, it's a breakout for Olivia. Goes 16.53. She did have a slight reaction time advantage as well, but it is Paul Robinson that takes it, 15.61. Reese Finney, Kaz Waterhouse. Reese wants 16.10, Kaz 14.90. $16.44 takes the win there for Reese. Kaz goes 15.22, but it is Reese in to round number 2. Jordan Clark, Nigel Gregson, your next pair. Nigel Gregson goes red, so that is a win for Jordan Clark. Goes 14.11 in the process, 13.58 there for Nigel. Next pair, Steve Metcalf with Blue Steel taking on John Crawford. So Steve Metcalf looking for 15.78. John Crawford 15.83. Just 0.05 of a second difference between them on the tree. Well done, Terry. $15.82 takes the win on a lose out 16.45. So Steve Metcalf moves on. All right, next up, let them both appear. Tom Circuit. He's written a message on the back window. What's he got? Happy birthday, Eisel. I think that is. Eisel. Dialing in 17.9. And Phil Jones dialing in 16.6. 1.3 second difference on the tree. And it will be the green Lupo setting off first. Oh, this is looking close, actually. And it is 18.05. Tom Circuit takes the win from a lose out 16.97. So well done to young Tom. Still got 4 pairs to come. And whilst the squeegees are out there, let's give a mention to the VW DRC sponsors for the 2024 season. The headline sponsors are, of course, Darkside Developments, DH Automotive, RTMG Performance, CG Motorsport Performance Clutches, RTEC Performance, Hangar 30, and Pro Race Engineering. And we'll get the associate club sponsors out in a little bit, but many thanks to the headline sponsors. Next up it is Danny Bean and Poppy Hunter. 1360 plays 1480. The Lupo and the Audi. One of them will be racing Linda in the next round. And it's Poppy Hunter that goes through with a 15.16. Lose out 13.97. So Poppy will be taking the Audi into round number 2. Laurie Anslow and George Miller, your next pair. The winner of this will get a bye into round 3. 13.95 for Laurie. She's got to be tiny bit patient, as leaving first to be George Miller with the TT 14.30. It's only 0.35 of a second difference on the tree. Oh, and Laurie goes red. So it is George Miller gets the automatic win. Okay, your next pair, and this is fingers crossed and just hope that the clutch holds out. It really is. Lorraine Large with Flossie, 18 flat. That's not the dialing that she would normally want, but she's, well, that's fair to say the clutch is going to be replaced after this meeting. It's just how long it lasts. Going alongside Polly Judge, dialing in 16.11 with the Audi. And just to show how much Lorraine is on the edge here, she skipped Q4 just so that she had a car for eliminations. Rest assured, whatever happens, they'll be back for Bug Jam. Well, the clutch has got her off the line, okay. I think it might be fading a bit now, though. Oh, Lorraine Large takes that one by 0.3 at the stripe. My goodness me. 17.80 for Polly. I don't quite let Polly. I don't know what happened with Polly there. I think she's just lifted off too much. But Lorraine Large into round number 2. Right, we got one more pair to go. John Gallant and Carl. Well, they're waiting. Okay, so our final pair then in VW Sportsman come to the line. Carl Goldsmith and John Gallant. And I've got to say a big thank you for Jeff and Belinda Bull, actually. Belinda's just been up to collect her perfect ET money and has just taken it off Graham and just given it straight to me. Thank you ever so much indeed. It's obviously not going to me personally, but as most of you know, I'm doing Street Weekend next weekend, raising money for the British Drag Racing Hall of Fame Benevolent Fund, and very kindly that money is going straight into that pot. So Belinda and Jeff, thank you very much indeed. All right, so let these two sort it out at the strike. They both go green. 1862 plays 1532. And it's an 1869 that takes the win for Carl Goldsmith. Breakout for John Gallant. He got there first by quite a margin, but went way too quick. So it is Carl Goldsmith that goes into round number 2. Right, we move on to VW Pro. Round 1 eliminations. Jacob Bailey, your number 1 qualifier, gets a solo. Well, no taking it easy for Jacob Bailey. That doesn't exist in his repertoire, does it? 990, he's going for it. 1043, 127, and a fair bit of wheel spin off the line, fair to say. But nevertheless, into round number 2. All right, Chris Waterhouse. Should have been... Oh, no, there it is. I was looking for Sam Young. I saw the team out there, just couldn't see Sam. The big difference this time round is Sam has wound the dial in back to 990. They're realising that giving it too much off the line overloads the circuitry and it goes into safe mode. So just take it a little bit more easier this time round. That's got to be a breakout. 879 at 160 miles an hour. I couldn't care less. It's a double breakout. But it is Chris Waterhouse that goes through. It goes to show that the Blackcurrant team have got performance there. It was just getting it down on the line. But yeah, nice. Good run there. 879, 160. But it is Chris. 960, 151 into round number 2. Abby Tether and Paul Walkley, your next pair. 1280 plays 1121. $12.98 for Abby Tether, takes the win to a loser. $12.02 for Paul. So Abby actually gets a bye in round 2 to the semi-finals. Can I please have Junior Drag Bike and 850 bike into the pairing lanes, please? Junior Drag Bike and 850 bike into the lanes. As we look down at the Mark II Golf of James Hodson and the Mark V, I think it is, of Luke Stevenson. Apologies if I got those wrong. Luke the Don, 1240 dial-in. James, 1099. Well, bizarrely, I didn't see Luke move, but he must have done. $11.26, and Luke goes 18.57. Right, Hazel Carter looks like she's got a solo here. Problems for Guy. Oh yeah, a little bit of fluid escaped out the front of Guy's car. Oh, Hazel Carter, 0001 off the line. It's a shame the money's already gone. But perfect light. 1250 breakout, but yeah, she'll be extremely happy with the perfect light there. Shame, as I say, the money's already gone, but the timing ticket will always be there for you, Hazel. Well done. So we just got 2 pairs to go. Jake Fronda and James Gould. And Rob Carter taking on Phil Blogg. And that is the pair we're looking at. Rob Carter and Phil Blogg. .70 Rob Carter, sticking with that from what he ran in qualifying, and Phil Blogg dialing in 12 flat. Chris Waterhouse is the opponent in round 2, for whichever one of these two gets through. Oh, that's a tight one at the stripe, and it is a double breakout, but it is Rob Carter that takes it. 766 to a breakout of 1188. As I say, double breakout, but Rob Carter goes through. All right, your last pair. James Gould with the Team Militia VR6 Altered, taking on Jake Fronda with the Golf. Winner of this gets Jacob Bailey in round number 2. $9.89, James Gould takes the win there. That will go down as a whole shot win, actually. 12.07 for Jake Fronda. But it is James Gould into round number 2. Right, we move on to ET Bike. We just got a little bit of track work to do before we get onto that. So whilst they get themselves ready and I get my ladders in order, let's give the airwaves over to Nitro FM 96.2. We'll take it back when we commence with the bikes. Darling in 17.13 with the Mustang, taking on Simon Swarbrick. He's going to have to be very patient indeed. Dial in for him. 12.01. Over 5 seconds, Simon's got to wait. So Simon's got to be waiting. His side of the tree runs, and off he goes. And Felicity takes that one, 17.27 to a lose out, 12.41. Simon lifted off a fair way out, actually. All right, next pair then, Jago Stokes taking on Troy Attree. The Darlings End, 13.20 for Jago, 12.45 for Troy. Right, a green light drag race. This one then will be sorted out at the finish line. It's a breakout for Jago Stokes. He gets there first, but goes too quick. So 12.51 for Troy Attree. Sees Troy in to round number 2. And Pete Walters, two families steeped with history in the sport. 14 flat for Steph, 12.31 for Pete. So it will be the white BMW going first. There she goes. And Pete sets off in pursuit. And that's Steph all the way with a 14.05 in an 05 light. And despite Pete Walters going 12.32 on the 31, it was in vain as the 05 light for Steph helped her on her way. Jill Medley and Richard Palmer, next pair. 13.33 plays 12.36, so it will be the Jag going first. And the SRT 8 Jeep going to be doing the chasing. Uh, 12.41 gets it done. Jill Medley into round number 2. A perfect ET for Richard Palmer, but it was in vain as Jill Medley takes the win, but a 13.33 with a 0 on a 13.33 dial-in for Richard Palmer, but the reaction time just allowed Jill Medley to take that win. Right, next up, Terry Attry with the Ford Focus taking on Holly Holloway with the Mustang. Now then, Holly has got to be really patient here. Dial in for Holly is 12.10. Terry with the Focus, 18.69. Over 6.5 seconds Holly's got to wait. Right, so there goes the Focus. And there goes the Mustang in pursuit. And it is Terry Attry all the way with a perfect light. 0007 off the line. What a time to do that in round 1 eliminations. You can't beat, that's phenomenal. All right, Georgina sets off with a 15.81. Stephen Giles with the Forester chasing, looking for 12.60. And it is Georgina that takes it, 15.89 to a lose-out 13.18. Georgina into round number 2. 12 flat at the dial-in for Kirsty Tram, 16 flat at the dial-in for James Grew. That's an easy one to work out. 4 seconds is the dial-in difference. Either that or there's 2 dummies in the back of the car. No, sorry, the 2 dummies are stood by the side of it. So James Grew will be going first with the Mont Blanc Touareg. Off he goes. Kirsty off in pursuit. (16.14) gets the job done with an 0.1 light as well for James Grew. Kirsty on basically Alex could be by the 330 foot block by the time Darren leaves the line. Well, that's exactly where he was actually. Well, I thought Alex had a big lead. It was too big. He broke out by 0.3 of a second. So 12.66 takes the win for Darren Huxley. Matt Horsall and Sylvia Purcell. 14.90 placed 14.30. Only 0.6 of a second difference between these two compared to the 8.5 seconds that we had on the last one. Well, Matt's got his nose out in front and very well judged, a bit too well judged actually. 14.92 on a 14.90 takes the win over Silver. 13.63 for the Mustang, going to be going first and then be the Focus doing the chasing. Only 0.2 of a second difference between them. Oh, and now Medley goes red. So Brian Huxley into round number 2. Irrespective. Okay, we are back with ET Bike, and during that break, I was just scrolling through social media and came across a video clip from last year. Thanks so much for Lee Taylor for putting it back up again. It's when John Willard did his checkout pass last year. Jaw-dropping moment, never forget it. Okay, so this is round number 1 for ET Bike. Patrick Merritt and Casey Holgate. Patrick on the Bluefish Booster, 8.70. Casey Holgate, 12.10 on the Rugrat Racing Honda. Oh, and Patrick goes red, so it is a win for Casey. Doesn't matter what she runs, she goes 12.01 breakout. Patrick was the right side, 8.73, but the red light was enough to give Casey the win. Gary Hester, number 1 qualifier, gets the solo here. Dials in 8.85, which he's stuck with all the way through qualifying. .902 at 145. Right, Nigel Lichtenberg taking on Scott Smith. Nigel looking for a 925, Scott 1080. So it will be Scott going first. Can I have Comp Bike into the pairing lanes, please? Comp Bike, can we have you into the lanes? Right, 02 light and a 928. Really good combination there. Nigel goes into round number 2. Justin Moulton and Jake Bowden, your next pair. 2 seconds difference on the tree. Jake going first, 12.10. Justin will be going second, 10.10. Oh, and Justin sort of was rolling the beams and then went red. So Jake Bowden gets the win. Goes 12.18 in the process. Nice run. Right, Dave Garundi and Travis Merritt. Well, unfortunately, Patrick went red against Casey, so see if Travis can hold up Merritt family honour here. But Dave Grundy, tough as they come. Problems there for Dave. So Travis is on his way. Goes 10.01 to take the win. Very unusual for Dave Grundy to have any sort of issue whatsoever. But it is Travis that goes through. Your number 2 qualifier, Scott Collier, taking on Nick Playden here. The winner of this will be taking on Nigel in round number 2. Well, this one is all about the stripe, and it is Scott Collier. Identical reaction times. Both of them went 0.1002. So it's all about the stripe, and it was Scott Collier that got there first without breaking out. 9.87. He goes through to round number 2. Lee Baxter and Kyle Rushby. Just 0.02 of a difference on the tree. So difficult to spot. Well, basically, whoever leaves first is going to have the advantage. And it's difficult to spot, actually. And the win light goes to Lee Baxter. 11.52 to lose at 11.45. Win margin 0.3 for Lee Baxter. Good matchup this one. Carl Hester and Phil Pratt. Carl dials 1060, Phil 895. Oh, it's a breakout for Carl Hester. So 9.01 for Phil Pratt takes the win. 2 pairs to go. Robbie Dobby on the Super Penguin, 9.90 dial in for him. Taking on Grace Pollen, 9.50. 0.4 of a second difference between these two on the tree. And it'll be Robbie that has his side of the tree run first. So Robbie takes that with a 10.03. So unfortunately, a deep stage foul there for Grace. All right, Brett Cordell, Peter Harrison, your last pair. Now, I know Peter Harrison's having issues pretty much all weekend long with the Ducati. And unfortunately not been able to make the call for round one. So he's going to be a solo for Brett Cordell. So Brett dials 920. That's 918, nicely done. Right, Gasser Circus, round number 1. Your first pair then. The Green Onions Chevy of Ray Turner. The Short Fuse Fordson of Nick Hewison. 10.85 for Ray leaving first, and it'll be Nick doing the chasing, 9.92. And that is a win for Nick Hewison, 9.98 to a lose out 10.94. Nick into round number 2. All right, Chris Layram on a solo here. We found out that Andy Cobb is actually broken. Unfortunate for Andy. So number 1 qualifier, Chris Layram, getting a bye into round 2, where, believe it or not, gets another bye into the semis. Just the way the ladder works. $10.30, 127 there. Well, nice to see Sean Bowes tuned in. Very good, where are we now? Afternoon to Sean. He's watching drag racing from all over the world today. So, Sean, good afternoon, mate. As we look at Sam Glenn and Steve Matthews. 10.68, page 9.59, and it is a breakout for Sam Glenn, a little bit too quick. So it is Steve Matthews that goes through into round number 2. Your next pair, Grumpy Grizz of Billy Jones, the Willis, starting in 10.59, but leaving first will be Brian Gibson with the Identity Crisis start, 11.42. Oh, Brian goes red by 0.6, so it's Billy Jones that gets the freebie. Another guy tuned in, watching the live feed from the garden of all places, Luke Fulton. A very good afternoon to you, Luke. Hope you're keeping well, buddy. And no doubt we will see you on the track soon. Next up, Adam Krasinski and Nervous Nick. Can I have Super Street Bike into the pairing lanes, please? Super Street Bike as Nick goes red. So your number 2 qualifier is out. Adam Krasinski goes into round number 2. Regardless of what they run, 11.69 for Adam. Nick went 12.25, didn't matter. In actual fact, they both went red, but Nick did it first. Right, Sean Milsom should have been alongside Neve, but we didn't see a huge amount of Neve yesterday. So it is Sean Milsom on a solo. Ain't misbehaving, the Morris. Goes 10.64. Simon Prest with the Rocket. No Tony Pearson. Oh, I don't know what's happened to Tony, but Simon is definitely there. Simon Prest with the Rocket. Tony Pearson. 11.06 on that 11, darling. So round 2 matchups have been Gasser Circus. Chris Layram gets the bye. Nick Hewison will be taking on Simon Prest. Adam Krasinski will get Billy Jones. And Sean Milson will be taking on Steve Matthews. As we look down on Junior Drag Bike, our next class. That is Maggie Smallman, but no sign of Declan Butt down there, unfortunately. Oh, there he is. He was hiding behind the marshal. I couldn't see him. Wow. How odd was that? So yeah, Declan looking for 13.99. Maggie looking for 10.05. And the win light does go to Declan. A 14.09 to a lose out. 10.42. Declan Butt into round number 2. I don't think I've ever had that before. The marshal was stood in exactly the point where Declan was lined up. And I couldn't see Declan there. That was really weird. Right, anyway, your next pair, Sophie Pollen, Asaya Alvarez. Sophie dials 902, but going first will be Asaya. There he goes. And Sophie sets off in pursuit. Well, the win light goes to Sophie. 9.16 on that 902 dial. Your next pair, Lyra Humber and John McLean. Right, both get green lights. So, Lara Humber, 13.82. John McLean, 11.80. And that is a win for Lyra Humber, 13.98 to lose at 12.09. Brad Morrison, Anouk Bergering, your next pair. Off goes Anouk, and there goes Brad doing the chasing. 12.63, plays 11.55. And by 0.5 of a second. Luke Bergering takes that one. Harry Isaacs. Dial of 9.80. 8.43 the dial in for Holly King. Celebrates her birthday this week. And once again a shout out to Hannah at home looking after a poorly puppy. .993 not enough as Holly King takes the win with an 8.54 on that 43 dial-in. So it's Holly King that moves on. Rico Patterson and Jackson King. 13.50 dial-in for Rico. Jackson looking for 13.37. Both away. Oh, it's a breakout for Jackson. 400's too quick, so it is Rico Patterson that goes into round number 2. Right, number 1 qualifier, Leah Morrison. Gets a solo here, sticks to that 11 flat dial-in. And goes 11.04 in the process. Right, last pair. Richard Wilcox, Alia Lester. Both of them on 9.62 for the dial-in, so we'll be able to see who moves first. Well, not much in it. And that is Richard Wilcox that takes that one with a 9.69. So that's Junior Drag Bike Eliminations round 1 completed. As we move on to 8.50 bike. More people tuned in from home. Rachel Wilson. We're watching from home, preparing for Street Weekend. It was Caitlin's 21st birthday on Thursday. Well, this is the class that Dan is running in. Oh no, he's in comp bike, sorry. He used to be an 850. Whoops. But yeah, looking forward to seeing everybody on Street Weekend next weekend. It's one that everyone is talking about. Right, first up, Ian Critchlow taking on Patrick Marit. This is 850 bike. Oh, a bit of a bucking bronco there for Patrick. And that's Ian Critchlow taking the win with an 8.56. Daniel Madeira taking on Joe Elliott. Daniel, an absolute flyer here. Goes 9.02, gets away from Joe and takes the win. Well, you could call this the big matchup of round one. J Rowe taking on Stacey Reid. Whoever wins this gets a bye into the semis. So in effect, 2 round wins for the cost of 1. J Rowe was your number 1 qualifier, went 8.51. Stacey went 8.62, but we know Stacey's got it in the bike and herself to do it. Oh, once again, that back tyre just not giving the grip that Stacey wanted. Jay looks over his shoulder. Off an 8.61, only 126 miles an hour. So it's J Rowe into round 2. Craig Wright alongside Pete Slater. Winner of this one gets Daniel Madeira. Here, round number 2. Big wheelie there for Pete Slater. Craig looks over his shoulder. Goes 8.87 for the win against the loser at 9.69. So your last pair, Carl Thomas and Mick Wynyard. We normally see Mick run in comp bike. We used to see Carl Thomas running in 950 bike, but this year they meet in 850 bike. Winner of this takes on in Critchlow in round number 2. $8.53 for Mick Wynyard, but it's Carl Thomas with an 8.51 that takes the win. Very, very well judged indeed from Carl Thomas. As we move into comp bike, what a class this has been this weekend. Well, I think we've got a bit of a pause actually, as good. I'll look at the lanes. And all engines stop. Bit of a concern in the slick tricks lane, I think. Well, the spotter's having a good look around up there. Everybody's sort of just waiting patiently. Well, looks like they're going to hop back over the wall. cleared the track. So, yep, signal's been given for the first pair in comp bike to fire up. So first pair, Len Padgett taking on Michael Piggott. Well, heads up, whoever gets to the top end first takes the win. Simple as that. Oh, this is a good race. Oh, Michael Piggott takes that. 761 to a lose out 781, but Len tried everything off the line. But Michael rode round him at the strike. Anas Asiak and Dan Diaz. Well, Dan, number one qualifier, 7:28, 199 mile an hour. That 200s are coming. Is it going to be now? .728, 201 miles an hour. He's got it. Oh, congratulations to Dan Diaz. 201.47 miles an hour. That was a belated birthday present for young Caitlin Wilson, as Dan has done it. 7:28. Oh, what a run that was. Rachel Wilson's just probably leapt up in the garden as well watching that one. Excellent stuff. And it's a round win, of course. And I went through there with an 8:40 at 168. It's a cracking run there for Anna as well. Let's not forget that. But it is Dan that takes the win. 760 heads up and Nostalgia Superstock into the lanes as we look down on Jasmine Cordell and Mark Dainty, your next pair. Mark Dainty goes red, so it is going to be a win for Jasmine Cordell. 7:44 for Jazz, 7:48 for Mark. Finally, Mark got some performance in the bike that he'd be looking for, but unfortunately just left a little bit too soon. So it's going to be Jazz into round number 2. Still got 2 pairs to, no, 3 pairs to come actually. But the bikes go silent just for a moment. Just waiting patiently in the lanes. Well, it gives me a chance to look down and wish Andrew Christophe happy birthday once again. He got his fan club. Happy birthday, mate. Yeah, it's not very often you get a pause in proceedings to be able to do that and for him to actually hear it, but there we go. Okay, signals given for the next pair to fire up. So Danny Cockrell taking on Shernan Martis. Well, Danny qualified number 3 with a 7:34. Shannon was number 10 on 8:14. That means now anymore. Here, quarterbacking rounds. That's Danny Cockrell all the way to a 7:48, 194 to a loser, 8:48 and 155. So Danny to face Jasmine Cordell in the next round. So Paul Hambidge with the silent assassin machine. Gets a solo here. Should have been alongside Keith Rudd, but we know Keith had an issue yesterday. Not entirely sure what it was, but it didn't look good when Keith was going down the shutdown area. So Paul Hambidge on a solo. He was number 2 qualifier, went 7:29. Good looking run. 7:39, 139. Okay, last to go then. Andrew Christophe, the birthday boy, but unfortunately no Blade King. Oh, what a shame. Blade went really well on his last qualifying pass. Went 7:98 yesterday. No, this morning. But Andrew with a solo here. Went 7:63 in quali. Gets a 7:78 there. So that's combine done. We move into Super Street Bike. First pair then, Costas taking on Steve. 7:33 was Costas's number. Ended up number 6, and Ven went 7:14 on his last qualifier this morning. Ended up number 3. Very good race indeed. But Ven's horsepower pulls him ahead at the stripe. 212 miles an hour. 7:13 to a lose out for Costas. 7:53 at 167. Can I have Sportsman ET and VW Sportsman into the pairing lanes, please? Sportsman ET and VW Sportsman into the pairing lanes, please. Right, Chris Reed and Alan Morrison. What a race. Chris Reed with a 005 light as well. Yeah, 005. And a 7:45 on the run. Takes the win to a 7:51 from Alan Morrison. So Boise in to round number 2. Right, Alan Morrison should have been alongside Rodolfo Maduro, but haven't seen much of him, unfortunately. So Alan Morrison, well, bear in mind his qualifier didn't go too well this morning. He, well, it got off the line. That's about as far as it went, and had to stop the bike short. much better. 120 to 60 foot. This will be a 6, but what flavour? It's 676, 216 miles an hour. Very nicely done indeed for Alan. And all Jake is going to do is break the beams here. That's all he needs to do, saving it for the semis and the final. So Jake Michelle has to break the beams under his own power. That's exactly what he's just done. So that's his spot book. So semi-final lineup in Super Street Bike. Jake Michelle taking on Chris Reed. And it will be Alan Morrison taking on Steve Venables. All right, Nostalgia Superstock up next. Lined up and ready to go. Semi-finals, straight into finals for Nostalgia Superstock. First pair going to be Mick Sharp and Steve Lloyd. So the Darlings then, 11.21 for Steve Lloyd. He'll be going first. Mick Sharpie doing the chasing, 9.85. This for a spot in the final. Mick Sharp rolled the beams. It's Steve Lloyd into the final. Well, frustrating there for Mick, but the car was rolling and yep, just triggered those beams. So, who's it going to be to race Steve for the trophy then? Adrian Portelli or Don Scott? Don Dales 10.05, Adrian 10.92. Going to be very close at the finish line. Don's got his nose out in front, but goes too quick. He breaks out, 9.92. So Adrian Portelli takes the win, 10.94 and a 10.92. So it's going to be Adrian Portelli and Steve Lloyd for the final in Nostalgia Superstock. Right, next up, 760 heads up. There they are in the lanes. Actually, just making their way down, some of them actually, to see Belinda crossing the crossing. So the pairings are Colin Miller taking on John Sleeth. That will be the first pair. And then you've got Billy Gain and Mark Turner. And then Belinda Bull taking on Rob Smallworth. So those are your pairings for 760 heads up. And once again, many thanks to Belinda, your number one qualifier, and also took the money for the perfect ET, went 76001. And she very kindly gave, well, took the money from Eurodrags and gave it straight to me to put into the British Drag Racing Hall of Fame Benevolent Fund. And very, very kind indeed. So many thanks indeed to Belinda Bull. And for those of you that are tuned in at home, go and check out the British Drag Racing Hall of Fame website, and also check out the British Drag Racing Hall of Fame Benevolent Fund Facebook page, as it is a registered charity that, as they say, for the racing family, or the racing community, from the racing community. Basically, all the money that the charity raises goes straight back into the sport, and helping organisations and clubs and people within our community. Sportsman ET are making their way down into the lanes as well. But I'll tell you what, just going to take a breather from proceedings just for a moment. So, Nitro FM, if you can take it over, we will be back with you shortly. Got to say a big thank you for Jeff and Belinda Bull, actually. Belinda's just been up to collect her perfect ET money, and has just taken it off Graham and just given it straight to me. Thank you ever so much indeed. It's obviously not going to me personally, but as most of you know, I'm doing Street Weekend next weekend, raising money for the British Drag Racing Hall of Fame Benevolent Fund, and very kindly that money is going straight into that pot. So Belinda and Jeff, thank you very much indeed. Right, so let these two sort it out at the strike. They both go green. 1862 plays 1532. And it's an 1869 that takes the win for Carl Goldsmith. Breakout for John Gallant. He got there first by quite a margin, but went way too quick. So VW Pro. Round 1 eliminations. Jacob Bailey, your #1 qualifier, gets a solo. Well, no taking it easy for Jacob Bailey. That doesn't exist in his repertoire, does it? 990, he's going for it. 1043, 127, and a fair bit of wheel spin off the line, fair to say. But nevertheless, into round number 2. Right, Chris Waterhouse. Should have been... Oh, no, there it is. I was looking for Sam Young. I saw the team out there, just couldn't see Sam. Has wound the dial in back to 990. They're realising that giving it too much off the line overloads the circuitry and it goes into safe mode. So just take it a little bit more easier this time round. That's got to be a break. 879 at 160 miles an hour. I couldn't care less. It was a double break. Abby Tether and Paul Walkley, your next pair. 1280 plays 1121. $12.98 for Abby Tether, takes the win to a loser. $12.02 for Paul. Can I please have Junior Drag Bike and 850 Bike into the pairing lanes, please? Junior Drag Bike and 850 Bike into the lanes. As we look down at the Mark II Golf of James Hodson and the Mark V, I think it is, of Luke Stevenson. Apologies if I've got those wrong. Luke the Don, 1240 dial in, James 10.99. Well, bizarrely, I didn't see Luke move, but he must have done. $11.26. And Luke goes 18.57. Right, Hazel Carter looks like she's got a solo here. Problems for Guy. Oh yeah, a little bit of fluid escaped out the front of Guy's car. Oh, Hazel Carter, 0001 off the line. It's a shame the money's already gone. But perfect light. 12.50 breakout, but yeah, she'll be extremely happy with the perfect light there. Shame, as I say, the money's already gone. 7.70, Rob Carter sticking with that from what he ran in qualifying. And Phil Blogg dialing in 12 flat. Chris Waterhouse is the opponent in round 2, for whichever one of these two gets through. God, that's a tight one at the stripe, and it is a double breakout, but it is Rob Carter that takes it. 7.66 to a breakout of 11.88, as I say. All right, your last pair.
Here we go then, 7.60 heads up, Eliminations, round number 1.
VR6 altered. Going to be John Sleeth and Colin Miller. Well, fair to say, 760 heads up. I mean, absolutely stellar this weekend. The only one that hasn't qualified in the 760s is John Sleeth, but he went 750, well, 750 high. I can't remember if it was a 58 or a 59. But they are all more than capable of winning this event. Okay, Colin Miller, John Sleeth. This for a spot in the semis. Both away really well. Oh, pick the bones out of this one. It's John Sleeth that takes it with a 767. Both of them 0-4 off the line. Right, Billy Gane and Mark Turner. Well, we must admit, during qualifying, we thought that Mark Turner was a shoo-in for number 1 qualifier. He went 7.60 with a 2. That was until Belinda had other ideas and took the perfect ET. Billy Gane, he's not one to be outdone though. Great racer. Qualified with a 769. Now, I know Dave Swift is tuned in. I know he likes going comp eliminator, but this class could be pretty good for Dave Swift as well. 760 heads up. Here we go. Billy Gane, Mark Turner. Both away on the green. Oh, it's a squeaker at the stripe. It's a 764 for Billy Gane. It's not enough. 760 with a 6. Mark Turner takes the win. The win margin 0.18 at the stripe. What a cracking race that one was. Billy Gane 0.3 off the line. Mark Turner 0.4 off the line. But it is Mark Turner that gets the job done. Brilliant racing that. So the win margin 0.18 at the stripe. Mark was moving around his lane. But what a race. We still got one more to come. Belinda Bull and Rob Smallworth. But I do feel that, Ian is sprinting for the tractor. Just a little bit of work in the Slick Tricks lane. Can I please have a VW Pro into the pairing lanes, please? VW Pro, can we have you into the pairing lanes, please? Okay, whilst Ian jumps in the tractor, that game of ping pong with Nitro FM is going to continue as we hand the airwaves back over to them. But don't worry, we'll take it back as soon as more eliminations take place here at the Sportsman Nationals. So, your last pair, Carl Thomas and Mick Wynyard. We normally see Mick run in comp bike. We used to see Carl Thomas running in 950 bike, but this year they meet in 850 bike. Winner of this takes on in Critchlow in round number 2. $8.53 for Mick Wynyard, but it's Carl Thomas with an 8.51 that takes the win. Well, heads up, whoever gets to the top end first takes the win. Simple as that. This is a good race. Oh, Michael Biggett takes that. 761 to a lose out 781, but Len tried everything off the line. Anas Asiak and Dan Diaz. Well, Dan, number 1 qualifier, 728, 199 mile an hour. That 200s are coming. Is it going to be now? $760 heads up and Nostalgia Superstock into the lanes as we look down on Jasmine Cordell and Mark Dainty, your next pair. Mark Dainty goes red, so it is going to be a win for Jasmine Cordell. 744 for Jazz, 748 for Mark. Finally, Mark got some performance in the bike that he'd be looking for, but unfortunately just left a little bit too soon. So it's going to be Jazz into round number 2. With 760 heads up, the final pair, Belinda Bull and Rob Smallworth. winner of this one goes into the semis where a bye awaits. Can I have ET Bike into the pairing lanes, please? ET Bike, can we view into the lanes? So, Rob Smallworth, Belinda Bull. And the win light goes to Rob Smallworth, takes that with a 788 to lose at 815. Traction issue off the line there for Belinda is the best way I can describe that. The car sort of stood up on its tyres. It hooked up again and went, but Rob was running away then. So it is Rob Smallworth. That's into the semis where he gets a bye into the finals. All right, Sportsman ET, Eliminations, round number 2. Jill Medley and Gary Lake down there. $12.36, place $13.88. Gary's going to be going first. John eventually goes in, so Gary's going to follow. Oh, Gary Lake, very well judged. 13.89 on an 88 and an 03 light as well. Jill Medley bows out with a 12.45. Gary marches on. All right, the man that took the Perfect Light Award in round 1, Terry Attry, taking on Darren Huxley. With the Earth Mechanism, yeah, he's down there. And once again, Darren's going to have to be very patient. 18.75 dial in for Terry, 12.30 for Darren. Darren had to wait 8 seconds in his first run. He's got to wait 6 seconds on this one. All right, can I have Gas a Circus into the pairing lanes, please? Gas a Circus. As Terence Attry approaches the stripe, but here comes Darren Huxley. And it is Darren that takes that one. 12.44 to lose out 18.83. James Grew with the Tuareg. And Georgina Smith with the Toyota Supra. 16 flat, place 15.81, just 0.19 of a second difference between the pair of them. And it is going to be Mont Blanc that goes first. Both away. And James Grew takes that one with a 16.15. A breakout for Georgina, and she got there second. So James Grew marches on. He's going to face Gary Lake in round number 3. Can I have the old school stockers into the lanes, please? Old school stockers. Let's have you come down, please. As we look at Brian Huxley lining up with his Focus. And Matt Halsall just underneath the tower, the other side of the track. Well, whoever wins this one gets a bye into the semis. Well, unfortunately, a small but noticeable fluid leak there for Brian Huxley. So it's going to be Matt on a solo. Goes 15.68 to 61, just takes it easy. Right, next up then, Felicity Gibbs and Troy Attree. Flick dialing in 17.20. Troy 12.48. All right, Felicity goes 17.20. Oh, and Troy goes red. So it is a win for Felicity Gibbs. Oh, 17.19 with a 7, didn't matter. She'd already got the win as Troy went red. We'll move on with Dave Cherrett. Gets the solo here, courtesy of being number 1 and getting past Chris Creswell in round 1. Right, let's see how Dave gets on looking for that 1780. Has Stephen chosen the right dial-in? Oh dear, I like your optimistic outlook. Steve? 1798, 77 mile an hour there for Dave Cherrett, but he's into round number 3. He'll be facing Darren Huxley. Right, last pair. Steph Pateman, Rob Cresswell. Steph 14.02, Rob 14.99. So Steph doing the chasing at the moment. Rob with the Smurf Fiesta. Look at that, 14.99, 14.02 for Steph. As they reach the stripe, it is, oh, it's a breakout for Rob Cresswell, 14.98 on that 99. But Steph Pateman hits a dial in, 14.02 on that 14.02. And it is Steph that takes it. Despite an 0.2 light there for Rob, he did a brilliant job off the line. Just a hundredth too quick. So move on to VW Sportsman. Reese Finney, Jordan Clark. So Jordan with the Thunderbug, 14.10. He's going to have to be waiting 2 seconds. As Reese Finney dials 16.10, he'll be going first. And the win light goes, well, it's a double breakout actually, but by the lesser amount, Jordan Clark takes that one. 14.06 to a 16.04. Right, next up, George Miller. He gets the solo here. Got past Laurie Anslow in round number 1, which gave him the predetermined bye here in round number 2. Dials in 14.30. Gets a 14.50. Right, Steve Stone and Nigel Gregg, your next pair. 15.38 the dial-in for the Turpits. And 13.35 for the Seat Leon. Okay, bring the next pair forward then. Right, green light for Nigel, green light for Steve, so let these two sort it out at the stripe. And the win goes to Nigel Gregg with the Turpits, 15.44 on a 15.38 dial-in. Win margin 0.2. In actual fact, Nigel with an 0.3 light really knocked him on his way there. Very nicely done indeed. Right, next pair, Tom Circuit and Poppy Hunter. Tom looking for 17.90, Poppy 14.80. Whoever wins this gets a bye in the next round. Tom on the brakes there. Takes the win, 18.01 to lose at 14.96. As you look at the blue steel Baja Bug of Steve Metcalf taking on Paul Robinson. And the win light goes to Paul Robinson, 1562 on the 1560. Steve Metcalf goes 1597 on the 1578. Again, goes through. Right, Linda Thomas with the Audi TT. 14 flat, going to be taken on Lorraine Large with Flossie. It's hanging together. Dials at 20 seconds. There's no clutch left in the car now. It's running on hopes and prayers, isn't it? There's nothing left of it. I think it's game over for Flossie here, unfortunately. But Linda Thomas goes, whoa, 14.06. Wow. 21.91 there for Lorraine, but it is Linda Thomas that does take the win. And Flossie can now get a new clutch. Well done. Very well done indeed. Oh, look at that. Just been given some timing data. Right, we move on now. Can I have the 100E challenge into the pairing lanes, please? 100E challenge. Carl Goldsmith taking us the #1 qualifier, Thomas Webb. So Carl, 1864. And Thomas looking for 12.1. And it is Thomas that takes that one, 12.11 to a loser, 1874. Okay, so the big bracket eliminations, round number 1. This in effect is the semi-finals. Don Scott taking on Josh Duncan. 992 dial in for Don, 994 for Josh. I don't think Josh cares less. He broke out there, got a good run in, 967, well done, but it is Don Scott that takes that, 1024. And it's Mick Sharp on a solo here to book his spot in the final. .987 on an 85. That'll do, Herb. Nicely done. Something to work with this time, Herb. Good stuff, mate. All right, we move on to VW Pro. You've got the militia altered of James down there, taking on Jacob Bailey with the Jetta. this to go into the semis. 10.01 dial in for Jacob, 9.80 for James. Oh, Jacob goes red. So it's going to be James Gould into round number 2. Jacob goes 10.15. James goes 10.30, but it is James Gould into the semis. Hazel Carter and James Hodson, your next pair. Hazel messaged me to say thanks so much for the birthday shout-outs. Listening to Nitro FM in the car, so obviously not going to say anything about reaction times or anything. I don't anyway, but she'd hear what's going on. So James Hodson taking on Hazel Carter. And well, a breakout for Hazel goes 12.49 with a 3 on a 12.50. James Hodson takes the win though. He is through. All right, Chris Waterhouse taking on Rob Carter. So are we going to see the Bad Habit Audi S3, or is it going to be Percy the Passat into the semis? Rob's adjusted the dial in accordingly to 7.60. Chris with 9.60, 2 seconds difference on the tree. Well, unfortunately, game over for Rob Carter. Goes red. 784 lose that, but oh, look at that. Chris Waterhouse, 960 on the dial in, 960 with a 4 on the run. So Chris into the semis. Abby Tether on a solo here, predetermined by. So the semi-finals of VW Pro are going to be James Gould taking on James Hodson, and Abby Tether going to be taking on Chris Waterhouse. Looking into the lanes, you can see ET Bike down there. Of course, I see Gasser Circus. And it is ET Bike up next. Well, just a little bit of start line prep, nothing more than that down there at the moment. So ET Bike, let's have a look at the second round pairings then. Gary Hester has got Jake Bowden. Gary was your number 1 qualifier, got through round number 1 on a bye. Phil Pratt has got Lee. Scott and Nigel. Scott Collier going to have this season-long battle trying to take points just as much as everybody else. Travis Marine and Casey Holgate. And then Robbie Dobby taking on Brett Cordell. And the other class in the lanes I can see is Gasser Circus. Let's have a quick look at them. track, looking at the lanes, they're lined up in their pairings actually. So we've got Nick Hewison taking on Simon Prest, Adam Krasinski taking on Billy Jones, Sean Milsom and Steve Matthews. That'll be interesting one to call. And the one that gets a solo is Chris Layram, predetermined by. 100E challenge tucked in behind them. And the great weekend continues for Scott Collin. He's now in the 8-0s with the Adrenaline Rush 100E. Absolutely outstanding performances from Scott. He's just having one of those weekends that he's just going so well. All right, just whilst we wait for the track to be ready, Ian's just popping out on the track to do a little bit of sledding. So Nitro FM, if you can take the airwaves, and we will be right back with more eliminations here at the Sportsman Nationals. Right, first up, Ian Critchlow taking on Patrick Marit. This is 850 bike. Oh, a bit of a bucking bronco there for Patrick. And that's Ian Critchlow taking the win with an 856. Oh, Daniel, an absolute flyer here. Goes 902, gets away from Joe and takes the win. Well, you could call this the big matchup of round one. Jay Rowe taking on Stacey Reed. Whoever wins this gets a bye into the semis. So in effect, 2 round wins for the cost of 1. Jay Rowe was your #1 qualifier, went 851. Stacey went 862, but we know Stacey's got it in the bike and herself to do it. Oh, once again, that back tyre just not giving the grip that Stacey wanted. Jay looks over his shoulder. Comes off an 861, only 126 miles an hour. So it's Jay Rowe into round. Craig Wright alongside Pete Slater. Winner of this one gets Daniel Madeira. Here, round number 2. Oh, big wheelie there for Pete Slater. Craig looks over his shoulder. Goes 887 for the win against to lose that 969. So, your last pair, Carl Thomas and Mick Wynyard. We normally see Mick run in comp bike. We used to see Carl Thomas running in 950 bike, but this year they meet in 850 bike. Winner of this takes on in Critchlow in round number 2. $853 for Mick Wynyard, but it's Carl Thomas with an 851 that takes the win. Here we go then with ET Bike Eliminations round number 2. Oh, heads up, whoever gets to the top end first takes the win. Simple as that. Oh, this is a good race. Oh, Michael Biggett takes that. It's 761 to a lose at 781, but Len tried everything off the line. Right, first up going to be Scott Collier taking on Nigel Lichtenberg. Nigel dialing in 925, Scott dialing in 967. So will be Scott going first then. There'll be Nigel doing the chasing. Yeah, Nigel takes that one, 953 to lose that 1005. I think Scott had a missed shift there. And not only that, Nigel gets a bye into the semis in the next round. Right, Casey Holgate, Travis Merritt. Flat place 915. With Casey going first. And it's Casey that takes it. 12.23 to lose at 9.53. Next pair, Phil Pratt, Lee Baxter. Phil dialing in 8.95. Lee dialing in 10.98. 2.03 difference on the tree. Oh, and Phil Pratt goes red. So Lee takes the win. Next up then, Robbie Dobby and Brett Cordell. So Robbie dialing in 994, Brett 917. Winner of this gets Casey Holgate in the quarterfinals. And it's going to be Brett Cordell as Robbie goes 009 red. Oh, Robbie went 995 as well on a 994 dial. But it is Brett Cordell that goes through. Last pair, Gary Hester and Jake Bowden. Jake dialing in 1210, we're going first. Gary Hester doing the chasing, 885. We'll have Comp Bike and 950 bike in the parent lanes, please. Comp Bike and 950 bike. And the win goes to Gary Hester, 886 on an 85. Very, very well judged indeed. He's up there, 12.26 for Jake, but it is Gary into round number 3. Right, move on to the juniors. Right, this is round number 2 for the juniors. It's going to be Sophie Pollen and Holly King. Sophie Pollen dialing in 9:03, Holly King 8:43. It's green light both sides of the tree. And the winner by 0:03 was Holly King. They both had identical reaction times, 0.326, but a 9:06 for Sophie. Came home second to the 8:45 from Holly King. Can't believe they had identical reaction times, that was the thing. Right, your next pair, Declan Butt and Rico Patterson. They both get green light. So Declan Butt, 13.99. Rico Patterson, 13.63. Looks like Rico is out in front at the moment, but he's going to close up. Oh, and it's Declan Butt that takes it, 14.17 to lose out, 13.70. So well done to Declan. Richard Wilcox and Leah Morrison. Winner of this will be racing Declan in the semis. So 11 flat dial in for Leah, 9.62 for Richard. And the win light goes to Leah Morrison with 11.02 on that 11 flat dial-in. 9.82 lose out on a 62. So Leah Morrison into the semis. Right, the last one to go through then. It's either going to be Anouk or Lyra. Winner of this will be facing Holly King. Oh, that was tight. The winner, Lyra Humber, goes 13.85 on an 84 dial-in. Anouk actually broke out there, but well done to Lyra. Right, Gasser Circus, Eliminations, round number 2 for them. Simon Press with the rocket, Nick Hewison with the short fuse, 9.92. It'll be Simon Press with the rocket leaving first, 11 flat. Right, it's a green light drag race. Well, in fact, it's not. Timing press went red. Didn't see that. So it is Nick Hewison that takes that with a 9.95. But then Simon, oh dear, he's going to be cursing himself. Hit his ET perfectly. Went 11 flat on the 11 flat dial in. But the red light, he left too soon. And Nick Hewison is in the round number 3, the semi-finals. Steve Matthews and Sean Milsom, 9.62 plays 10.62, 1 second between them. And that's a win there for Steve Matthews. Oh, Sean Milsom will be cursing his reaction time because Sean hit his dial in 10.62 with a 7 on a 10.62. But Steve Matthews was better off the line and takes the whole shot win. Right, Chris Layram on a predetermined bye. Chris bizarrely's gone all the way through to the semi-finals without actually racing anybody yet. Oh, lovely little wheelie off the line. So he dials 10.20. Goes 10.21 in the process. Nicely done. Right, your last pair, Adam Krasinski and Billy Jones. So it's the not so mellow yellow Chevy taking on Grumpy Grizz Willis. The all-important dial-ins end, 10.59 for Billy. Will it be Adam going first, 11.25. What a brilliant race that one was. Adam Krasinski goes 11.35 on a 25 with an 0.2 light. Billy Jones, 001 off the line, takes the win with a 10.66. Both of them razor sharp off the line. So the old school stockers then. Clairol appears in the Slick Tricks lane. Going to be taking on Peter McGuinness. Number 1 and number 6 qualifier. The winner of this gets a bye in the semis all the way through to the finals. As long as Claire keeps it away from the centre line, which he does. And that's a 9.37, taking the win there from Peter McGuinness's 11.87. Right, next pair start up underneath the tower.
Well, the ice cream man made a lot of noise, but the bike didn't seem to burn out properly there. So he's going to be Rod Spry on his own. Well, just resetting. That's a good looking run there. 9:01 there for Rod Spry. Right, so the last ones to match up in Old School Stockers. It's Chris Spry and Richard Peachy. Well, actually, they both went red. Chris rolled the beams and Richard went red, but it is Richard that actually takes the win there. It was 8.92. All right, nosy in the lanes to see 100Es are down there. And also Outlaw Anglia. Good mix of everything actually. Got some of the bikes as well. Can't quite tell. I think that's. Yeah, I think that's got bike down there actually. Right, the Gluebird's just going to put some extra traction down. So whilst it's doing that, let's give the airwaves over to Nitro FM 96.2. We will take it back with more eliminations here at the Sportsman Nationals. And it's Mick Sharp on a solo here to book his spot in the final. 987 on an 85. That'll do, Herb. All right, we move on to VW Pro. We've got the militia altered of James down there, taking on Jacob Bailey with the Jetta. This to go into the semis. 10:01 dial in for Jacob, 980 for James. Oh, Jacob goes red. So it's going to be James Gould into round number 2. Jacob goes 10:15. James goes 10:30, but it is James Gould into the semis. So James Hodgson taking on Hazel Carter. And, well, a breakout for Hazel goes, 12:49 with a 3 on a 12:50. James Hodgson takes the win, though. He is through. So your last pair, Carl Thomas and Mick Wynyard. We normally see Mick run in comp bike. We used to see Carl Thomas running in 950 bike, but this year they meet in 850 bike. Winner of this takes on in Critchlow in round number 2. $8.53 for Mick Wynyard, but it's Carl Thomas with an 8.51 that takes the win. Well, heads up, whoever gets to the top end first takes the win. Simple as that. This is a good race. Oh, Michael Biggett takes that. 7.61 to a lose out 7.81, but Len tried everything off the line. Anas Asiak and Dan Diaz. Can I please have Sportsman ET into the pairing lanes, please? So yeah, Sportsman ET into the lanes. Was that cool? Just in case you didn't hear it. So Matt Stanley, his target 1265. And Scott Collin 808. Just been pushed back on this one. Well, the engine's still going. Boom, 806 this time round, 164. Matt Stanley goes 1260 and 103. Yeah, the hits just keep on coming. Scott Collin, every run is a PB at the moment, 1206. Went quicker than the 1208 from previous. Sorry, 1209. Right, Outlaw Anglia Eliminations round number 1. Rob Stone and Ben Montgomery. Well, Ben disqualifies himself by going into the blue, but nevertheless Rob Stone is away, 842 and 155. All right, Ben Kennedy and Wayne Power. All right, so let's look at qualifying numbers then. Wayne went 936. Ben was 888. But that only was qualifying. This is racing. Whoever gets to the top end first will take the win. It is Ben Kennedy with his nose out in front, and it is Ben who takes the win with an 886, 147. All right, Colin Miller, number 1 qualifier with a 760. I know we talked about it occasionally, but Colin Miller next weekend will be driving his 34 Ford Coupe, as he, along with his crew chief Aaron Springford, will be doing street weekend. Aaron in his daily driver, which is no slouch, and Colin Miller behind the wheel of his Ford. Can I have VW Sportsman into the pairing lanes, please? VW Sportsman. Well, 877, all kind of weird that was. Trying to take it easy, and the car thought, no, I want to have a go, I want to go. And Colin's going, calm down, calm down. But anyway, Colin Miller through to the semis, where he faces Ben Kennedy. And Rob Stone will have the solo, the other side of the ladder. All right, VW Pro. Let's have you in the lanes, please. VW Pro. So, Steve Clark for the good guys, Topolino. Been pretty much every run in the mid-8s this weekend, to be it an 8.4 or an 8.5. So, here we go then. Steve Clark, Supercharged Outlaw, guys, Topolino. Once again, another nice run, 864, 157. Just dropping off a little bit, but nevertheless, very, very consistent. Well done. Right, comp bike, round number 2. Paul Hambidge and Andrew Christophe. So the birthday boy. Not a tough customer here though with Paul Hambidge. 2 7-second bikes. $7.34 takes the win for Paul, but $7.45. Andrew Christophe had a good run there. Only 0.3 between them at the stripe. That was close. But it is Paul that goes on. Right, Danny Cockrell and Jasmine Cordell. Great looking race, this one. And it is Jasmine Cordell that takes it on a hole shot. 744 to a lose out 738. The win margin 0-1-5. Right, Michael Piggott taking on Dan Diaz. Well, Dan's weekend has been epic in every single way. He's #1 qualifier. He's set PBs in the 7.2s. He's been over 200 miles an hour. All he wants now is to get this round win where he gets a bye in the semis to the finals. But Michael Piggott will be there if Dan drops the ball. Well, that's Dan all the way. 7:29. He's gone 200 mile an hour again. A lose out 7:55, 1:94. But Dan Diaz, that's 200 mile an hour again. And not only that, he's in the semis where he gets a bye into the final. Right, we move on to 950 bike. Rob Stanley and Josh McLean. This for a spot in the final. And the win light goes to Rob Stanley. A 955 beats a 958. Both of them had 0 lights. But it is Rob into the final. Going to be facing this man, Dave Hall, the artist. All he needs to do is break the beams, which he basically has. He's just cruising on up. So that sets the final in 950 bike. Okay, it's on to 850 bike then. Carl Thomas taking on Ian Critchlow. This for a spot in the semis. And in this particular pairing, whoever wins this will get a bye into the final. Concern for Carl. Shame for Carl. Fluid leak at the front of the bike. So Ian Critchlow will get the solo. Well, what a shame for Carl. He's having a real good weekend until that point. Critchlow 851 for Ian Critchlow. But yeah, just a tiny fluid leak for Carl Thomas. Well, we've got Jay Rowe to take his bye, and we have a race between Daniel Madeira and Craig Wright. Having a look in the lanes, we can see Sportsman ET are there, also VW Sportsman. And I do believe that is Super Street Pike as well. Yep, so a little bit of a clean up in the Kestrel lane, and we will continue with 850 bike very shortly indeed. Just get all the ladders in order as well. Haven't really had a chance to mention much about up-and-coming events. Obviously, we do know next weekend is Street Weekend, but also coming up is the Summer Nationals. That's towards the end of the month. That is the next round of our national championships. move into live with Dragstalgia. 4 weeks time for that one. Here we go then. Craig Wright, Daniel Madeira. And it's an 864. It's a whole shot win, actually. Daniel Madeira takes out Craig Wright. The win margin, 009 at the strike. Both of them had 0 lights, but the better one going to Daniel. J Rowe on his solo. .848 breakout, doesn't matter. So that sets the semis then an 850 by J Rowe taking on Daniel Madeira, and it's going to be Ian Critchlow on a solo into the final. Right, on to Sportsman ET. This will set the semi-finals. It is Gary Lake and James Grew. Gary Darling in 16 flat will be leaving first, and then it'll be Gary Lake 1388. Can I please have Funny Bike into the pairing lanes, please? Funny Bike, can we have you into the lanes? Right, green light both sides. And it is Gary Lake that takes that one, 13.99 to lose at 16.09. Matt Halsall on a predetermined bye. And he will be facing Gary Lake in the semi-finals. There for Matt. Brake lights on at the finish line. Right, Dave Cherritt, 17.95. Darren Huxley, 12.30. So once again, Darren's going to have to be patient. 5.5 second gap this time, and some loose change. So Darren had an 8 second difference on the tree for his first round matchup. 6 seconds for his second. 5.5 plus a bit in this round. Right, so off goes Dave. And there goes Darren in pursuit. It's a double breakout, but by the lesser amount. Darren Huxley takes the win. So he goes through 12.26 on that 12.30 to a 7.84. 17.84 even. So Darren is into the semis. Last pair, Felicity Gibbs and Steph Pateman. 14 flat play, 17-19, so it will be Felicity going first. Oh, and it is Felicity going into the next round there. Steph Pateman goes red. So Flick is into the semis. So the matchups then, Gary Lake and Matt Halsall. And it's going to be Darren Huxley taking on Felicity Gibbs. All right, VW Sportsman again to set semi-finals. And it's Audi TT time. Paul Robinson taking on George Miller. 15.60 for Paul, leaving first. 14.30 for George. 1.3 seconds later. Well, George has to go to stage. There we go. Right, so Paul Robinson goes first, gets a green. Oh, and George Miller gets a red. So Paul Robinson. So Paul Robinson goes through then. It's 14.89 on a 15.60 dial. Wow. Right, your number one qualifier then. Thomas Webb taking on Nigel Gregg with the Turpits. Right, now coming forward. Right, I'd like to go straight into stage, so Thomas Webb goes red. So it is going to be Nigel Gregg that goes through. And could I please have 760 heads up into the lanes, please? 760 heads up. Let's have you into the pairing lanes, please. Right, Tom Circuit gets a predetermined buy here. Tom Dunnigan 1790 for his solo. $17.84 breakout, doesn't matter, he is safely through. Right, last pair then, Jordan Clark and Linda Thomas. Well, they both dial 14s. Who's going to get there first? Well, Linda got there first, but she broke out. So 14-16, Jordan Clark takes the win and sets up a semi-final matchup with Paul Robinson. And it'll be Tom Circuit taking on Nigel Gregson. This is VW Pro. Abby Tether and Chris Waterhouse. Well, first of all, they need to get green lights, which they have. And this for a spot in the finals between Abby and Chris. And it is Chris Waterhouse that takes it, 966 to a 1290. Chris is into the final. But which James is it going to be? Is it going to be James Hodson with the VW Golf dialing in 1110? Or is it going to be James Gould with the Militia VR6 powered Alta 1010, the dial in for him? Right, green light drag race. Closing up nicely at the top end, but it's an 11:41 for James Hodson that takes the win. 10:61 for James Gould. So that's the final set for VW Pro. Well, I can see Gas Circus in the lanes. I can see 760 heads up. Just looking to see who comes around the corner next, but looks like Ian's going for the tractor, so hint it's going to get a little bit quicker out there. So whilst he's doing that, I'll get the ladders and orders up here and give the airwaves over to Nitro FM 96.2. We will take it back when eliminations continue here at the Sportsman Nationals. Harrison, your last pair. Now, I know Peter Harrison's having issues pretty much all weekend long with the Ducati, and unfortunately not been able to make the call for round one. So it is going to be a solo for Brett Cordell. So Brett dials 920. Doctor 918, nicely done. $10.85 for Ray leaving first, and it'll be Nick doing the chasing, 992. And that is a win for Nick Hewison, 998 to a lose out 10.94. Qualifier Chris Layram getting a bye into round two, where, believe it or not, gets another bye into the semis. Just the way the ladder works. 10:30, 127 there. So, Sean, good afternoon, mate. As we look at Sam Glenn and Steve Matthews. 10:68 makes 9:59, and it is a breakout for Sam Glenn, a little bit too quick. So it is Steve Matthews that goes through into round number 2. Your next pair. Grumpy Grizz of Billy Jones, the Willis, starting in 10:59, but leaving first will be Brian Gibson with the Identity Crisis start, 11:42. Oh, Brian goes red by 0.6, so it's Billy Jones that gets the freebie. Next up, Adam Krasinski and Nervous Nick. Can I have Super Street Bike into the pairing lanes, please? Super Street Bike as Nick goes red. So your number 2 qualifier is out. Adam Krasinski goes into round number 2. Regardless of what they run, 11.6. Boise still needs to get to the stripe before 30 odd seconds. Get timed out. And I believe he did get timed out. Right, okay, so the way I see this, whoever wins this has got a bite in the final. Steve Venables, Alan Morrison. Oh, great race. And that goes the way of Alan Morrison with a 6.70 at 219 miles an hour. Then goes 7.10 at 191. But what a run for Alan Morrison. Almost into the 6.6s. It was a 6.70 at 219. Right, Funny Bike at last. Haven't seen them yet today. So let's have a look at the Funny Bike ladder. The sound of Roger Moore's Box of Frogs bike down there. Roger having a really good weekend this weekend on the machine. It's been working, and it's been consistent. So Rog to book his spot in the final. $733, 177. It's consistent. Lucy, it's working. It's working. Well done, Rog. Into the final he goes. So Dave Peters on the Rigaboot Express and Lorcan Parnell with the Storm bike. Well, it is purely testing for Lorcan, fair to say. He's not looking. He's not looking. $7.56 for Dave Peters takes the win, but Lorcan gets one down the track. $7.71 at 183. Simon didn't want to watch at all. But Lorcan got down the track, so well done. Sets the final in the funny bike. Right, 760 heads up. So John Sleeth and Mark Turner. I think Mark's got an issue down there. So John Sleeth then with the Chevy S10. Burnout completed, and oh, what a great shame for Mark Turner. Car was going so well this weekend, but whether it won't start, but I don't know what the cause of the problem is, but that's such a great shame. Car was going so well this weekend. So John Sleeth going to be booking his spot in the final. So let's see how John gets on then. He's yet to hit a 760. He's hit 750s, he's at 770s. Good looking run for John. 758, but he's done it again. Right, so we got Rob Smallworth with the Dirty Dog. As long as he can refire and break the beams, that's all he needs to do. But great shame for Mark Turner. It was going so well. But the class, my goodness me. What an epic weekend. 5 of the 6 qualified in the 760s. The only one that didn't qualify in the 760s was John Sleeth. That's because he either went 7.8 or 7.5. But John Sleeth is in the final. So it is Rob Smallworth about to book his spot there.
Yep, so Rob taking it easy, and he books his spot in the final, coasting for 9:31. So he's going to be Rob Smallworth taking on John Sleeth in the final of 760. Green light drag racing for Gasser Circus. This for a spot in the final between Steve Matthews and Billy Jones. And the winner is Steve Matthews, goes 961 on a 59 dial in, 1064 on a 1059 dial. Win margin 0-4. It's Steve Matthews into the final. He's going to be facing one of these two, Chris Layram with the Anglia, dialing in 1020. Nick Hewison with the short fuse Fordson, 992. Both away on the green. Steve Matthews will be racing against Chris Layram in the final. 1022 for Chris on a 1020 dial. It was a 990 breakout for Nick Hewison. He took the strike by 03, broke out by 02. Right, move on to ET Bike. This to set the semis. Right, this is a solo for Nigel. Predetermined eliminations by here. So Nigel Lichtenberg from the Netherlands going to be booking this spot in the semis here. Richie Julie does by breaking the beams under his own power. Starts 925, goes 938. This is actually an important pairing, this one, between Casey Holgate and Brett Cordell. Whoever wins this goes into the semis, where a bye to the final awaits. Nobody wants to go in. There we go. Casey goes in, dialing of 12 flat. Brett dialing 9.20. And Brett takes that with a 939 to a lose at 12.21. Right, the final pair, Gary Hester taking on Lee Baxter. Lee dialing in 1098, Gary 885. He hasn't budged off that dial in all weekend long. It served him well.
Will it continue to do so here? And Gary Hester moves on again. Takes a win with an 8.96 to lose at 11.04. Okay, Outlaw Anglia semi-finals. We got a solo here from Rob Stone. And then it'll be Colin Miller and Ben Kennedy. Good looking run here from Rob. He went 8.37 in quali. Goes 8.41 here. So Rob Stone books his spot in the final. Well, no sign of Ben Kennedy, unfortunately. So, going to be Colin Miller on solo into the final. Just taking the long way round. Goes 8.25, 141 in the end. You right, Lynn? Right, the old school stockers. Semi-finals. So Richard Peachy and Rod Spry. This for a spot in the final. Heads up. Richard just got his nose in front and takes it with an 8.86 to a loser 8.94. Hardly anything between them, but Richard Peachy into the final. Going to be taking on a Claire Rule as long as the beams are broken. $9.10, 142 there for Claire. So the final will be Claire Rule taking on Richard Peachy in the old school stockers. Right, Sportsman ET. We're whittling through the classes. A lot of them now set to finals. This is to set the final in Sportsman ET. Matt Horsell taking on Gary Lake. Matt 1470, Gary 1388. Well, Matt didn't move an inch there. Not quite sure what's happened to Matt. Well, Gary Lake, as long as he doesn't break out, has got the win here. Yep, 1394 takes the win. And Matt, unfortunately, being pushed back. Right, so the other side of the ladder, once again, Darren Huxley's going to have to be patient, as Felicity Gibbs will be leaving first with the Mustang. So the Darlings then, let's have a look. Felicity Gibbs. Oh, need that board. No, the Darling board. There we go. 17:22 plays 12:25. 5-second wait this time for Darren. He's coming down. Oh, and Felicity goes red. So you're going to see Darren Huxley in the final. Darren seeing the wind light on in his lane. And just coasts through. Right, VW Sportsman. Again, this to set the final. Nigel Greg with the Turpits. Tom Circuit with the Lupo. Darlings, 1782 for Tom. He'll be going first. 1538 for Nigel. He's the one doing the chasing. Oh, and Nigel Gregg was rolling and he broke the beams too early. So it's Tom Circuit into the final. Happy days indeed. Oh, and Nigel Gregg, perfect ET. When I mean perfect, absolutely perfect. 15:38.00. But he went red. Oh, what a shame. He'd be kicking himself when he sees that. But it's Tom Circuit that goes through. Who's he going to be racing, though? Is he going to be Jordan Clark with the Thunderbug or Paul Robinson with the Audi TT? Paul going first. 1560 dial. There he goes. Jordan chasing. 14 flat. And it's Paul Robinson that takes that 15.76 to lose that 14.62. Identical reaction times, 0.24 for both of them. So it is Paul Robinson taking on Tom Circuit in the final of VW Sportsman. Well, actually, the lanes are thinning out. We've got some bikes there. But I've only got, I think, 4 classes, and they are all bikes to get into finals. The bikes are there. Right, so this is Combike. Jasmine Cordell and Paul Hambidge. This for a spot in the final. Paul sits up on the bike. It's game over for him. It's Jazz Cordell that goes 7.44, and she books her spot in the final. Dan Diath then. He's had a couple of 200-mile-an-hour passes this weekend. First time he's ever been that quick. Every pass is a test pass, but every pass is a good one these days for Dan. .128 to 60 foot. That is arrow straight. 7.27 this time round, 199.68. Got a bit of a bracket bike going on there now. .850 bikes, semi-finals. J Road taking on Daniel Madeira. Nothing to choose between them here, and it's a double breakout. Wow, Daniel Madeira went 8.31 there. J Rowe went 8.41. J Rowe broke out by the least, and it's J Rowe into the final, where he's going to be facing his old sparring partner Ian Critchlow. Just needs to break the beams. He's on a solo here.
Well, let's see what Critch can run here. 853, 157. Very nicely done indeed. Right, Junior Drag Bikes semi-finals. And then the only class to set the finals after that is ET Bike. And then it's finals all the way. So Lyra Humber taking on Holly King. Holly's birthday on Wednesday. We know Hannah is at home cheering her on. The all-important Darlings end. Lyra Humber dials 13.84. Holly King looking for 8.40. And that's Holly that takes it. A beautifully judged run there, actually. 8.42 on an 8.40 Darling. Lyra breaks out by 100th of a second. But it is Holly that gets there first. And books her a spot in the final. It's going to be one of these two that Holly is going to be facing, but it's going to be Leah Morrison. 10.98 Darling. Or is it going to be young Declan Butt, 13.99. 3.01 seconds difference on the tree between these two. And it's Declan Butt that takes that 14.11 to a loser 11.09. The win margin 0.18 at the strike there. So well done to Declan. Right, okay, so I have only got ET Bike left to sort out a final. Everybody else is through to finals, but I've got empty pairing lanes at the moment. So I'm going to give the airwaves over to Nitro FM 96.2 and we'll take it back with finals for all of our classes and obviously just semi-final and finals of ET Bike. All right, last pair then, Jordan Clark and Linda Thomas. Well, they both dial 14s. Who's going to get there first? Well, Linda got there first, but she broke out. So 14-16, Jordan Clark takes the win and sets up a semi-final matchup with Paul Robinson. And it'll be Tom Circuit taking on Nigel Gregson.
This is V. Well, first of all, they need to get green lights, which they have. And this for a spot in the finals between Abby and Chris. And it is Chris Waterhouse that takes it, 966 to a 1290. Chris is into. But which James is it going to be? Is it going to be James Hodson with the VW Golf dialing in 1110? Or is it going to be James Gould with the Militia VR6 powered Alta 1010, the dial in for him? Right, green light drag race. Closing up nicely at the top end, but it's an 11:41 for James Hodson that takes the win. 10:61 for James Gould. And I believe he did get timed out. Right, okay, so the way I see this, whoever wins this has got a bite in the final. Steve Venables, Alan Morrison. Oh, great race. And that goes the way of Alan Morrison with a 670 at 219 miles an hour. Then goes 710 at 191. But what a run for Alan Morrison. Almost into the 6.6s. It was a 670 at 219. $733, 177. It's consistent. Lucy, it's working. It's working. Well, I'm Rog. Into the final he goes. So Dave Peters on the Rigaboot Express and Lorcan Parnell with the Storm Bike. Well, it is purely testing for Lorcan, fair to say. He's not looking. He's not looking. $756 for Dave Peters takes the win, but Lorcan gets one down the track. $771 at 183. Right, 760 heads up. So John Sleeth and Mark Turner. I think Mark's got an issue down there. So John Sleeth then with the Chevy S10. Burnout completed, and oh, what a great shame for Mark Turner. Car was going so well this weekend, but whether it won't start, but I don't know what the cause of the problem is, but that's such a great shame. Car was going so well this weekend. So John Sleeth going to be booking his spot in the final. So let's see how John gets on then. He's yet to hit a 760. He's hit 750s, he's hit 770s. Good looking run for John. 758, but he's done it again. Right, so we got Rob Smallworth with the Dirty Dog. As long as he can refire and break the beams, that's all he needs to do. But great shame for Mark Turner. That was going so well. But the class, my goodness me. What an epic weekend. 5 of the 6 qualified in the 760s. The only one that didn't qualify in the 760s was John Sleeth. That's because he either went 7.8 or 7.5. But John Sleeth is in the final. So it is Rob Smallworth about to book his spot there. Yep, so Rob taking it easy, and he books his spot in the final, coasting to a 931. Green light drag racing for Gasser Circus. This for a spot in the final between Steve Matthews and Billy Jones. And the winner is Steve Matthews, goes 961 on a 59 dial in, 1064 on a 1059 dial. Win margin 0.4. Chris Layroom with the Anglia, dialing in 1020. Nick Hewison. Here we go. It's going to be Gary Hester trying to get into that final, but he's got to get past Nigel to do that. The dial-ins are 885 and 929. Well, Gary Hester hasn't budged from that 885 dial-in all weekend long. Nigel Lichtenberg, what's that, 929. This for a spot then in the final of ET Bike. And it is going to be Gary Hester that takes that spot. Nigel goes red. And a 907 for Gary Hester. Puts him in the final. He's going to be facing this man down here, Brett Cordell. I would imagine Brett would just break the beams. Yep. And Chris just checking with him. So he's going to break the beams and roll back. It seems a bit daft, but it's in the rule book. You just need to break the beams under your own power if you're on a solo. And then that's it. The race win is yours. So that's it. All the finals are now set. So there is actually a scheduled break now to set our to gather our finalists. And basically, when you're ready, come into the lanes. Obviously, we're going to run you en masse. But yeah, all finalists into the pairing lanes when you can. Nitro FM 96.2, it's over to you. The winner of this one goes into the semis where a bye awaits. Can I have ET Bike into the pairing lanes, please? ET Bike, can we have you into the lanes? So, Rob Smallworth, Belinda Bull. And the win light goes to Rob Smallworth, takes that. With a 788 to lose at 815. Traction issue off the line there for Belinda is the best way I can describe that. The car sort of stood up on its tyres. It hooked up again and went, but Rob was running away then. All right, Sportsman ET, Eliminations, round number 2. Jill Medley and Gary Lake down there. .12:36, pace 13:88. Gary's going to be going first. Jill eventually goes in, so Gary's going to follow. Oh, Gary Lake, very well judged. 13.89 on an 88 and an 03 light as well. Jill Medley bows out with a 12.45. 18.75 dial in for Terry. 12.30 for Darren. Darren had to wait 8 seconds in his first run. He's got to wait 6 seconds on this one. Right, can I have Gas a Circus into the pairing lanes, please? Gas a Circus. As Terence Attree approaches the stripe, but here comes Darren Uxley. And it is Darren that takes that one. 12.44 to lose out 18.83. And it is going to be Mont Blanc that goes first. Both away. And James Grew takes that one with a 16.15. A breakout for Georgina, and she got there second. Next up then, Felicity Gibbs and Troy Attree. Flick dialing in 17.20. Troy 12.48. All right, Felicity goes 17.20. Oh, and Troy goes red. So it is a win for Felicity Gibbs. Oh, 17.19 with a 7. Didn't matter. She'd already got the win as Troy went red. We'll move on with Dave Cherrett. Gets the solo here. Right, let's see how Dave gets on looking for that 17.80. Has Stephen chosen the right dial-in? Oh dear, I like your optimistic outlook. Steve? 17.98, 77 mile an hour there for Dave Cherrett, but he's into round number 3. He'll be facing Darren Huxley. Right, last pair. Steph Pateman. So Steph doing the chasing at the moment. Rob with the Smurf Fiesta. Look at that 14.99, 14.02 for Steph. As they reach the stripe, it is, oh, it's a breakout for Rob Questwell. 14.98 on that 99. But Steph Pateman hits her dial in 14.02 on that 14.02. And it is Steph that takes it. So move on to VW Sportsman. Reese Finney, Jordan Clark. So Jordan with the Thunderbug, 14.10. He's going to have to be waiting 2 seconds. As Reese Finney dials 16.10, he'll be going first. And the win light goes, well, it's a double breakout actually, but by the lesser amount. Jordan Clark takes that one, 14.06 to a 16.04. He gets the solo here. Got past Laurie Anslow in round number 1, which gave him the predetermined bye here in round number 2. Dials in 1430. Gets a 1450. Right, green light for Nigel. Green light for Steve. So let these two sort it out at the stripe. And the win goes to Nigel Gregg with the Turpits. 1544 on a 1538 dial-in. Good looking run here from Rob. He went 8.37 in quali. Goes 8.41 here. going to be Colin Miller on solo into the final. Just taking the long way round. Goes 825, 141 in the end. You right, Lynn? Right, the old school stocker. Semi-finals. So Richard Peachy and Rod Spry. This for a spot in the final. Heads up. Folks, it's finals time, and it is I think it's VW Sportsman, the first class to come round the corner. So this is where we determine who's going to be taking all the points away from the event, and of course the all-important winners trophy. Don't forget to hang around after racing if you want to see our winners and runners-up receive their awards. That will take place on the start line as soon after Eliminations is finished as possible, with a maximum of 30 minutes later. So, your finalists in VW Sportsman, Paul Robinson and Tom Circuit. Well, Paul Robinson has been here a few times before. He's taken championships, but I believe this is Tom Circuit's first final, so wishing them both the best of luck here. The Darlings, the all-important Darlings, 1782 for Tom Circuit, 1560 for Paul Robinson. Here we go. Well, Tom Circuit out in front, but Paul Robinson starts closing in. I don't think he's going to do it. I think it could be Tom Circuit here. It is. It's Tom Circuit that takes his win. 1785 on an 82. Congratulations to Tom Circuit. His first win in VW Sportsman. The big bracket final then. Mick Sharp and Don Scott. 985 plays 1002. They both go to the green. Looks like Mick Sharp's drawn alongside Don Scott, but let them sort it out at the stripe. Mick Sharp got there first, went 985, hit his dial in. Don broke out, trying to get there second. He was in a no-win situation. They went 992. So congratulations to Mick Sharp, taking the win in the big bracket. Moving on to bikes, this is 950 bike. Rob Stanley and Dave Hall. It's a green light drag race.
Identical reaction times, but it is Dave Hall that takes it with a 56 against a loser 62. They both. So Lyra Humber taking on Holly King. Holly's birthday on Wednesday. We know Hannah is at home cheering her on. That's racing it. The all-important darlings end. Lyra Humber dials 13.84. Holly King looking for 8.40. And that's Holly that takes it. A beautifully judged run there, actually. 8.42 on an 8.40 darling. Lyra breaks out by 100th of a second. But it is Holly that gets there first. It's going to be one of these two that Holly is going to be facing, but it's going to be Leah Morrison. 10.98 darling. 10.24 on a 10.20 for Chris Layram. But it is Steve Matthews with Honky Tonkin. Takes the event win. Both would be deserved winners. Only one of them gets the top step. 760 heads up. Rob Smallworth and John Sleeth.
Well, talking to John Sleeth last night, and him, like everybody else, is bizarrely looking forward to next weekend. John taking part in Street Weekend, not with this truck, I must add, but with a different vehicle. And Rob Smallworth then with the Dirty Dog 55 Chevy. This for the win in 760. Oh, what a cracking final this is. It's John Sleeth on a hole shot, takes it. 771 to a lose out, 765. It was all John Sleeth, the reaction of 0-6 off the line. So John Sleeth takes the win. Super Street Bike. So Chris Reed taking on Alan Morrison. Well, Alan went 670 in the semi-finals at 219 mile an hour. Can he repeat that here? Always a good final. Holds on tight. 691 at 213, but another PB for Chris Reed. 713, only 182. But that combination is coming on very nicely indeed. Win margin 0.16. Boyce had 0.5 reaction time advantage there. But it is Alan Morrison Jr. takes the win. Sportsman ET then. The Earthmet Nissan of Darren Huxley. 12.25 dial in, but leaving first and hoping for the win will be Gary Lake. 13.88 with the Arabian Night. And it is game over for Darren Huxley. Gary Lake taking the win, courtesy of a red light from Darren. And a 13.94 to lose at 12.43. So well done to Gary Lake. He's used to winning in this class. Wins again. 850 bike final. The old sparring partners of J. Rowe and Ian Critchlow. Well, forget about what they did in qualifying, it didn't matter anymore. But for reference, they both went 8.51. Jay, on his journey to the final, got past Stacey Reed and Daniel Madeira. And Ian Critchlow got past Patrick Marit. Carl Thomas. Sets up this final then, between the number 1 and number 2 qualifiers. Anybody's race. Oh, J. Rowe. I don't know what he was thinking about there, but he went way too soon. It's Ian Critchlow that takes the win. 8.58, 8.31, J. Rowe. Right, the last of our car classes then. It is Outlaw Anglia. Rob Stone, Colin Miller. Again, number 1 and number 2 qualifiers. Well, looking forward to obviously Drag Stoucher in 4 weeks' time for... Colin Miller has got all the nitrous on. So you're going to go for one here. But yeah, Outlaw Anglia Drag Stoucher, traditionally a big, big event for them. Hopefully we'll see the likes of young Dalton Scarlett taking part. I know they were trying to get ready for an event sooner than that, but couldn't make it. But here we go then, the final of Outlaw Anglia. Colin Miller, 7.93, takes the win to an 8.68 there from Rob Stone. 110.60 foot there for Colin. Now Colin can relax and get ready for next weekend, where he'll be taking the 34 Ford Coupe for a little jaunt around the countryside for 3 days. Friday, Saturday, Sunday. I'm sure you'll enjoy it. Okay, so it's bikes all the way now. Junior drag bike final. Declan Butt and Holly King. So is Holly going to celebrate her birthday early with a win here in the final? Or is it going to be Declan Butt, which I believe will be his first win in junior drag bike? Best of luck to both of them. The all-important dial-ins, $13.99 for Declan, $8.40 for Holly. And the win light goes on for Holly King with an 8.47 to lose out 14.15. That was a tenth of a second between them at the stripe. But well done to Holly King for taking the win, and also for Declan to make the final. Very, very good indeed. I think Hannah at home just cheered as well for Holly. 3 finals to go. It's Comp Bike up next. And a great final in prospect here, actually, between Dan Diaz and Jasmine Cordell. Well, number 1 and number 4 qualifiers. Again, it doesn't mean anything anymore. It's all about getting to the top end first to take the win here in Comp Bike. Jasmine Cordell really riding the wheels off this bike this weekend. It is starting to work really, really well for her now. But Dan Diaz, my goodness me, 7.2s this weekend. He's been over 200 miles an hour. Can he just uncork one more for the final? Jazz is out the hole like a rocket. But here comes the top end power of Dan Diaz. And it's Dan that takes it. 7.37 to a lose out 7.44. Brilliant racing between them. 195 mile an hour. Once again, Dan Diaz. Awesome performances all weekend long from the team. Two finals to go. This is the funny bike final. Roger Moore and Dave Peters. Again, it's just one more pass for Roger Moore. He's had a brilliant weekend. The bike so consistent. Dave Peters, bit of an up and down weekend for him, but he's in the final, and Dave knows how to win races without a shadow of a doubt. This one ain't over just yet. Let's see what happens. The final of Funny Bike. Oh, what a great final this is. And I think it's going to be Dave Peters that takes the win. It is with a 7:31 at 176 mile an hour. Roger Moore, unfortunately, big plume of smoke at the stripe, but yeah, the clockwork weekend just ran out there for Rog. So it is Dave Peters takes the win in Funny Bike. Right, obviously, we need to have a check out at the top end, as it looks like the bike, well, it let go somewhere. So our track crew obviously just checking everything out. Roger's turned around the top end, absolutely no problem at all. Right, Ian's gone for the tractor. And we only have one final to go. That is the ET bike final between Brett Cordell and Gary Hester. Best of luck to both of them. So whilst Ian just does the top end checkout with the tractor, just a note to all finalists that have just run, don't forget we do need you down here for trophy presentations as soon as you can. Obviously we've still got one more final to go, which is the ET bike final, but basically I would like everybody back down to the start line for trophy presentations as soon after finals are finished as possible. In the meantime, let's just give the airways over to Nitro FM. We will take it back with the last race of the day, the ET bike final. Well, Gary Hester hasn't budged from that 885 dial-in all weekend long. Nigel Lichtenberg, what's that, 9:29. This for a spot then in the final of ET Bike. And it is going to be Gary Hester that takes that spot. Nigel goes red. And a 9:07 for Gary Hester puts him in the final. He's going to be facing this man down here, Brett Cordell. I would imagine Brett would just... So, your finalists in VW Sportsman, Paul Robinson and Tom Circuit. Well, Paul Robinson has been here a few times before. He's taken championships, but I believe this is Tom Circuit's first final, so wishing them both the best of luck here. The Darlings, the all-important Darlings, 1782 for Tom Circuit, 1560 for Paul Robinson. Here we go. Well, Tom Circuit out in front, but Paul Robinson starts closing in. I don't think he's going to do it. I think it could be Tom Circuit here. It is. It's Tom Circuit that takes his win. 1785 on an 82. Congratulations to Tom Circuit. His first win in VW Sports.
The big bracket final then. Mick Sharp and Don Scott. 985 plays 1002. They both get the green. Looks like Mick Sharp's drawn alongside Don Scott. But let them sort it out at the stripe. Oh, Mick Sharp got there first, went 985, hit his dial in. Don broke out, trying to get there second. He was in a no-win situation. They went 992. So congratulations. Bikes. This is 950 bike. Rob Stanley and Dave Hall. It's a green light drag race. Identical reaction times, but it is Dave Hall that takes it with a 56 against a lose-out 62. And Rob Smallworth then with the Dirty Dog 55 Chevy. This for the win in 760. Oh, what a cracking final this is. It's John Sleeth on a hole shot, takes it. 771 to a lose-out 765. It was all John Sleeth, the reaction of 0-6 off the line. So John Sleeth takes the win. The win will be Gary Lake, 1388 with the Arabian Night. And it is game over for Darren Huxley. Gary Lake taking the win, courtesy of a red light from Darren. And a 13.94 to lose at 12.43. So well done to Gary Lake. He's used to winning in this class. Wins again. 850 bike final. Jay, on his journey to the final, got past Stacey Reed and Daniel Madeira. And Ian Critchlow got past Patrick Mareet. Carl Thomas sets up this final then, between the number 1 and number 2 qualifiers. Anybody's race. Oh, Jay Rowe. I don't know what he was thinking about there, but he went way too soon. It's Ian Critchlow that takes the win. 8.58, 8.31, Jay Rowe. Brett Cordell and Gary Hester. Gary, no surprise, sticking with that 8.85. He's been on that number all weekend long. Brett Cordell. First final him for a while. So 8.85 plays 9.20. Brett will be going first. This for the win in ET bike. Oh, the bike died on the line for Brett. Oh, massive commiserations. Gary Hester, 9.04, lifts early.
Oh, that just wasn't fair. Just give him a chance to actually get a race. Next time, Brett, it will happen. You'll get that win, but today it just wasn't to be. What a shame. But it is Gary Hester that takes the win. Okay, we are done. Phenomenal. Despite the weather delay yesterday, which meant that we had to do all of our fourth round qualifying this morning, we're done. Congratulations to all of our racers. Huge thanks to our awesome track crew as per usual. And all of you spectators that joined us here today. It's not a big event for us this weekend, but nevertheless the racing has just been intense, as it always is. We'll be doing trophy presentations as soon as we can down on the start line. Bearing in mind we've had quite an early finish, so to speak, so no need to rush off. Come and join us for trophies down on the start line. We'll aim to get those done as soon as possible. Obviously the track crew do need to pack everything away and help us get the trophies out. So I would like, hopefully, get everybody down here at sort of, I don't know, 20 to 5. With the view of starting trophies no later than 5 minutes after that. We need to sort out a few things. So if you're a finalist, make sure you do come down for trophy presentations, and then we can get you on your way home. But yeah, as soon as, please, everybody down to the start line. As I say, well, if everybody's down here for 4:30, fantastic. But I think being a little bit more realistic, about 20 to 5. Okay, Nitro FM, if you can take the airwaves back, and we'll pick it up again for trophies.